Welcome everybody to EGFC Season 4, Week 11 CSGO. We're excited to be back. I'm here with Nerds Corner, my faithful and amazing co-caster, and we're excited to bring you three pretty great games today. As you can see on the screen below, RIT versus UConn will be our first match. We saw RIT coming in hot off of a surprise victory over Marquette last week, excuse me. UConn doing it pretty well themselves. And then later on, we'll see Marquette face Villanova, probably the matchup of the night, so don't miss that one. And we're going to end the night with Montana versus DePaul. So as we get into this, pretty excited to see what RIT can bring after last week. What do you think, nerds?
I love to see all of these teams like develop throughout the seasons, and looking at all the stats, like you said, I'm excited to see Marquette and Villanova. Probably like you said, match of the night. It's probably the most hype. But I think that right now they're doing an amazing job, both of these teams, in the standings.
Agreed. And we see UConn went with a pretty standard opening there and actually ended up just overpowering the RIT side almost completely. So they didn't really have much to work with on the post-plant situation on the side of RIT trying for that retake. Zoltan comes out as one of the subs for RIT, tries to make something of it, but is unable to do so. So Mr. Leverman is going to close that out. UConn's going to be the first on the board on the T side. This is their map choice. RIT picked CT to start off. So I mean, not a bad start.
Inferno is such a fun map. Oh wait, sorry, we're on Mirage right now. I was like looking at the notes I have here, but Mirage in general, the strategies that we see some of these teams play with as they're running in, they're trying to rush it on their save currently, but they just get slowed down. Two of them do overpower and get themselves a rifle, but it's been read into by UConn.
Yeah, and we see UConn's got some new players on their squad, some replacements in today, Blackbird being one of them, but it's also been a while since we've seen UConn, so they're in rare form here, doing an excellent job clearing everything out, making a quick 2-0 out of this. RIT coming back, hopefully in this third round to find some footing now that they'll be on their first bye. Although you can see from the money they opted for a lighter buy. You kind of get into that weird third round scenario where you don't have quite enough cash to buy full utility, but not so little that you want to save again. It's a tough place to be, but they're going to be dealing with all of that. You see 1, 2, 3, just wide swing, takes get wrecked out of window. Zoltan tries to even the score a little bit and finds J-Lou, but the rest of the UConn team, pretty strong control over mid right now.
And there we go. It's 4v3 in the mid round as both the teams are slowing things down, trying to find some picks. The legend ratting around in a corner, just peeking into mid. Looks like he's gonna be able to get one. He does. Loverman goes down. He's gonna try and even things out unevenly, hopefully getting the score in their favor for Rochester. I mean, to even the score, make it 2-2 and win their bye round, it's gonna be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty good so far. They're in a great position from RIT. You can see the map presence across. They've got UConn kind of stuck in mid right now. The issue is if they start to peek out too much and they play too aggressively, because you want that information. You always risk getting picked, but that actually goes in the other direction. Chutang able to find 1, 2, 3 right off the board, but Blackbird tapping away, tries to find the legend.
Missing the frag.
Just slightly though, just a little bit, you know.
But it's still, it's definitely one of those things that slight mess ups might cost you. Blackbird on low HP gets finished off. Now just one player left for Connecticut, and there we go. The round is won for Rochester. 3 players left alive. That's 3 rifles that they get to carry over. One of them being an AK. The potential is there for some fun outplays, especially on CT side.
Absolutely. And I should note we're missing game sound at the moment, so we're working on getting that fixed. So you're just going to have to deal with Nerds and I's beautiful voices for the time being. But there's no shortage of action happening. UConn dropping that first round to RIT. It's going to give RIT a little bit more foundation to stand on. I mean, it feels good when you get that first gun round out of the way, but UConn hitting back immediately. It finds those 2Ks out of apartments as they just straight up rush for the site. They have to wait to get the bomb down, which is going to give RIT more of an opportunity for that rotation. But those 3 players against 2 rifles on the UConn side is just going to be a continued battle to the end of it.
There we go. Not only do we have the game sound back, but we do have ourselves a 3v3 situation on the retake. The bomb down and time ticking away. It's just a matter of time. Zoltan with the AK, he's able to get one, but it's DSOvo who's able to get the trade.
Oh, that Molly's huge.
That Molly's gonna give him time. He taps it and he taps DeSovo going down, getting the defuse.
Get Wrecked coming in clutch for that RIT squad. An excellent job by the Tigers on the retake. I was a little worried. You see UConn just pouring out of those apartments. Those Tight Nines hit like a hammer. And what a crazy thing. Crazier things can happen with that. So RIT doing a great job of, really standing up straight to that and doing a great job in just staving off what could have been a very unpleasant round. A little bit of a misbuy from RIT is going to put them down an extra $3,100 or $2,900 if they got the M4 A1S there. But UConn, once again, on an eco round, they got the Tech 9 and a bunch of those Deagles. So we'll see if they can make use of them. They've hit some pretty crazy shots, especially from Blackbird so far. So never count them out, but some pretty great moments.
Slow and steady wins the race, especially on some of these lighter buys when you have an eco. People love to rush in and do crazy shots, but their patience, well, I mean, will hopefully be rewarded. They have a decent amount of control on mid, but if we look from RIT, they're just kind of surrounding mid right now, holding all of the important angles. Even the flank is being covered right now by the legend over there, all the way over there. They're just getting picked off one by one. The trades do go out, but DeSovo and 1, 2, 3 getting wrecked in Zoltan. So they have fallen, but is that going to be enough? There's only one player left. 1, 2, and 3. He needs to get these 3, and he doesn't. That is a 3rd round up for RIT.
It's really good. I see UConn sort of favoring that mid position, even on their buy rounds, which can work really well because there's a lot of flexibility to go to any given site that you feel might be the most appropriate, especially if you get one of those picks. But that just kind of created this crazy bottleneck, and RIT, reading that very well, comes in and doesn't give up any unnecessary kills. Does a great job of staving that off, and you can see UConn once again going for that mid. This time, DeSovo is going to find Chutang on that cat position. That's going to give them permission to start moving up in that cat direction, and just a poorly timed nade is going to spell the end of Ning So, the RIT captain. It's Jaylu just on an absolute tear right now. Finds the second. Might even find a 3rd in Marquette as RIT's down to just 2 players. And now that should be an easy save at this point, especially with 2 of them going down to DeSovo. Jaylu and DeSovo just going absolutely ham that round, finding the 5 kills between the 2 of them. And that's going to put UConn back on game match point, or sorry, equal footing, 0-0 love. I don't know the words that I'm looking for.
Basically a reset right now. It's like 0-0, except that UConn, the Huskies, they have guns and they're ready to push forward with it. With DeSovo and Jaylu, right? Jaylu just gave so much space, and then he knew exactly where they were. He's like, hey, they're both in Marquette. They know where they are, and DeSovo was able to capitalize off of it. That being said, with some players down and health being ticked away little by little, both of these teams are looking for some picks. A lot harder though for Rochester, as they're just on Deegs and a dream, but that's enough for Get Wrecked. He's able to take out Loverman from such a nutty angle, as they're gonna be pushing onto A site.
A lot of tip tapping away, and this is the kind of the double-edged sword of that mid control. Holy crap! Chutang finding a double kill is not ready to go quietly into the night there, and it is 1, 2, 3, but that could be enough. Just unfortunate lineup. That was almost a 4th round for RIT on that eco, but UConn is 1, 2, 3 able to bring that back.
Pulling off
a little scary at the end.
Pulling off some saving magic there with just Deagles and dreams, right?
Absolutely.
Dreams can carry you further than you expect. They got a decent amount of rifles out of the hands of University of Connecticut. The Huskies are down some guns that's going to hurt their economy a bit more, so at least they're making it costly. But there's that mid push. Blackbird's able to take out Get Wrecked as he tries to push into that connector. It's not able to connect his shots. They are on A site. The Huskies have control, and it's one player left.
Lu is absolutely showing up for today's match. You've seen quite a few impact kills there, a little bit more evenly distributed across this round, but two huge kills on that opening. And I think the Legend 45 was just kind of caught off guard and under that scaffold position. Wasn't expecting someone to drop out of Palace quite so quickly. And so that did not go the way that RIT was hoping to on their first buy round back from that eco. And that's going to put them in a position where they may have to double save coming into this because they don't have much of a loss bonus. And one rifle is going to be enough to give them a little bit of hope. Maybe some of those deagles, as we saw in the last round, they came really close there. The rifle could have been the difference, you know? Definitely an option.
I wonder if the hunting is going to get them picked off. As DeSovo, oh, I thought DeSovo was going to be peeking right into Connecticut. It's unfortunate. The last one falls. 2 rounds up. Maybe some exit frags for Connecticut. I thought that they could at least pick up an AK, because I've seen some hero rifle plays come out with you know, if a CT picks up an AK, they have some fun. They could pop those heads, but unfortunately, it, like you said, it is going to be a save. A couple pieces of utility, so they have some flashes, 3 of them. They've already expended all of them, and so is their health, as the mid push is just getting absolutely slaughtered, sprayed down piece by piece. Loverman and DeSovo teaming up there near the end, and as soon as the round started, it's just one player left, being finished off by Loverman right near the end. Man, that was a fast round.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on an eco like that and you just want to get it over with, sometimes the best thing is, you know, flash over into the mid and see what kind of utility you can get from the utility that you bought. And unfortunately for RIT, not much going on in that round. But, you know, it's a kind of a throwaway round, and you are really just looking for bonus damage at that point. They clearly weren't kind of looking for the same sort of impact they had as they invested into deagles and so on. But it got them back into the fight much quicker. They're on full M4s, and more importantly, Get Wrecked is on that op for the first time this match. So that might give them a little bit of a boost that's necessary. You can see the cap player there needing to be to pull back, as UConn, again, with this mid control, playing for whatever picks they can. A little bit just a little, it's just trying to keep their teammates warm is all. That's all you need.
Oh, of course, keep them on their toes and dancing as they're getting ready. And there we go, the pick from DeSovo to open things up even more for them. They just have the advantage here. Op kills, DeSovo gets taken down. He's like, I'm gonna take it. It's still a player down for RIT as the bomb gets picked up. There we go. There we go. You picked it up.
Having to go all the way back for the bomb, I think, is going to give RIT a little bit more confidence. You can see Ningso in the back there was looking for a pick, but was not expecting Loverman to be up on the triple boxes there. A little bit of an off angle. It just doesn't give them the opening that they were looking for, and that's 4750 down. So RIT is going to have to go back to a save once again. They will see that. I haven't seen Lu on the op before.
No, he drops it for his teammates, so DeSovo is going to be taking it.
All right, DeSovo is one of our oppers that we have definitely seen a couple times before and has done some pretty serious work on it. Not quite to the level of some of the oppers we've seen on, you know, DePaul and Marquette, but certainly really dangerous all the same. Certainly very much so in that conversation. Chutang finding Loverman through that push, that's going to be a great early value for that deagle. While the other side of the map, there's trades going back and forth. UConn and RIT coming out surprisingly on equal footing at this point, but only 1 AK to RIT and only 1 extra set of armor on Zoltan. So we'll see if they can continue to get more out of it. But Zoltan continuing to play. He hasn't moved off of that new box position and or that default box. He's just hanging out there, and that's going to give him the AK. So this is a great job.
Rifle in hand, that's going to be a lot of potential. The thing I do want to say, Connecticut, they beat Villanova, one of our top teams, on Mirage. So I feel like they're comfortable with this map. as Blackbird is showing us how comfortable they are securing the round. We had a lot of hope for RIT there as they were doing a decent amount of damage. The Deagles playing off each other, hiding and jumping off on Nubox to hopefully get some cheeky kills in Palace and make some space for them. They picked up rifles, those AKs, and we saw a lot of hope, but you know, Connecticut, they're just really comfortable. They're just like, we know how to play this map. We know what to do. As they're just running it down in mid. There's one, the first blood and entry.
UConn doing an exceptional job of just being very aggressive and finding a lot of value out of it. You can see we're only a couple seconds into the round and they're already rushing into apartments, or sorry, into window, and up cat is just an incredibly aggressive and oppressive form of play that makes it very difficult for RIT to find their footing. And you can see that already. We're not even through the first minute, and most of the RIT squad is already down. Ningso trying to find some value out of that, finds one, but isn't able to take down the second. And Blackbird playing from Connector, going to find Zoltan, who's just now thinking about that rotation. So University of Connecticut convincingly putting their 9th round on the board. RIT still only able to find 3 total so far on the CT side. And I think it's time that they call a timeout. I mean, this is really an opportunity for them to take a breath, because UConn so far just continuing that aggression and it are just an absolutely relentless attack.
And timeouts, they work for everyone. For both sides, you're going to be able to reset your mental. So hopefully they can reset, rethink, and redo. The hero, right? Zoltan going for a rifle this round. So solo buy as they're just getting sprayed down by the AK, but it's Loverman who's on the run, has to switch that secondary, switching to your sidearm, always faster than reloading, as we have our favorite video game characters say, picking up the better secondary. He's got himself you know, a little trophy for his time as Jaylu is ratting behind them. He's able to catch another off guard, and in the back line, 1, 2, 3 takes out Zoltan. And just as I say their name, the round also ends. That is 7 rounds up, picking up their 10th round as we're getting near the end of the half.
It's really important for RIT here to pick up at least one more round. It's still pretty tough to come back when you're down, you know, 11 or, well, I guess at that point it'd be 7 rounds still, but 11 against is just a tough score line to deal with in any capacity. But here, starting off well, Zoltan's able to find 2. They do suss out that there's a 3rd person on site, but UConn continuing a little bit of that pressure from mid. The RIT squad is already rotated, so they're not going to find any of those rotations with that op until they decide to go back to the other map, which seems like UConn's not entirely sure where they want to go with that. You can see the bomb still in their spawn, and Loverman just patiently waiting at the top of mid, is just waiting for any RIT player unsuspectingly enough to just move out of there, and is able to find Chutang. So UConn is going to get ready for a commitment to the A site, but you can see that they don't have the bomb yet, so you can see them slowly creeping out, and that auto sniper on Jaylu might give them the upper hand, or it might spell defeat for them. That weapon sometimes can work against you, especially as you get a little bit closer. So that's why he picks up the M4. All right.
He switches off for the rifle. It's going to give him 1. There's that molly to keep you warm and on your feet. Blackbird taking out Get Wrecked as soon as he takes out Loverman. 1 player left for, well, basically 1 player left for both teams, as Jaylu is only on 14 HP. And there we go. Now it's a 1v1, whether it's a caster curse or blessing, it's gonna happen. And they pick up an 11th round. University of Connecticut's just dominating in this game, and they're continuing their lead. The confidence displayed for them, they're just ready.
Yeah, I've not seen any hesitancy from the Huskies at all. They're doing an excellent job of continuing that pressure, even when they're in a position where, you know, they've lost 2 people early on. Even if they're down a couple players, they're still continuing with a level of confidence as if they had a full squad, that they really had nothing between them at all. And while they've been punished, like we've seen from Zoltan playing off the stairs position now the 2nd round in a row, the immediate answer is always there from the Huskies, and that has obviously been really positive in the results of 11-3, and continuing to just push through smokes. Just do not care about anything. I mean, just looking for all those rotations.
The thing I do want to say, they are our 3rd team in the standings. So they're number 3 currently, and they're really confident on this map, beating out Villanova, number 2 on our leaderboard as well on this map. I feel like it's Mirage. They kind of know how to play it. They're really confident, and that's why they pick it. So I'm not too surprised, but it's just I think Rochester's gonna have to come up with some crazy strategies in this second half.
Yeah, they don't have any margin for error, really. They have to win this pistol round and they have to continue that momentum, because if they lose that and they go down 2 or 3 rounds in the worst case scenario, then that means they're going to be playing 15-3 on match point. And that obviously
Yeah,
is
that's
not
stressful.
impossible, but it's definitely not a good position to be in. And so as a result of that, there's a lot of pressure on just this first round, and you can see the smart choice to pick up the dualies, which is a great weapon and one of my personal favorites. And we'll see if they're able to do this. They are taking the same approach as UConn did when they were on the T side. Again, this is RAT on the attacking side now for those playing along at home. So they find that opening kill, and haven't cleared the back of sight though. So that's going to give them 2 additional kills off of the RAT squad, and DeSovo still on site. This is the RAT team just trying desperately to find some footing here, but struggling to get control of the site, and that's going to delay the bomb plant. But finally, with everybody except for 1, 2, 3 down, they are able to get that ready, and now it's up to the RAT squad to make this 2v1 their first win of the half.
And again, like you said earlier, if they can win this pistol round, they can get the momentum that they need to continue forward. Maybe play some cheeky strategies. Oh, the back and forth. It's a 2v1. But 1, 2, 3 is able to get it. He's got 1, he's got 2, and he's got the bomb. The Huskies are here to play. They're here to stay, and they're here to win it out. They're continuing their dominance as they pick up a 3rd round. Now, the question is RIT forced by? They are on T side, so they do have some weapons that they can utilize with the force, but realistically, it is so difficult if they do lose this force. Like, it's gonna be hard. They are forcing. They are forcing.
They're all in at this point, and you can see
Yeah.
that UConn is expecting that because they also went up for rifles.
Yep.
So they're trading off that that utility a little bit, but I think they're confident that all these rifles are there. You can see UConn taking that aggression from the T side onto the CT side. That's 4 of the UConn Huskies in mid right now, hunting for wherever to find that. And RIT flooding onto the A site is going to give them the opportunity to potentially take advantage of that, but they're just a little too slow, too little, too late, and RIT just trying to get onto the site is going to be absolutely destroyed by UConn's rotation from mid. So they had every opportunity to take advantage of that, but the timing was just not quite there.
I saw the kill feed and I was like, oh, how is it going to end up? Who's going to be on top? I saw the Palace player coming out near the end there, and I was just thinking to myself, there is so much potential right now for RIT to win out, but unfortunately, it's Connecticut, and they're threatening match point right now. As soon as they get this, it's just going to be one more tip and a tap away. With 1 player down, RIT continuing to push.
It's looking a little dire for the Tigers here, but you know, hope is not entirely lost. They're getting a little bit of utility out of this, and they find Blackbird, so that's 1. But they've got 1 round left and not a lot to do it with. And if they do that, the worst case scenario that we outlined earlier is going to come true, with RIT playing game point for potentially 13 rounds, or well, I guess it'd be 12 rounds to tie it, and then hopefully win in overtime. It seems very unlikely, but I believe
you
as a
always
Tiger
root
myself,
for the underdog.
you know?
Yes, always. Oh, did you go to RIT?
I did.
Oh, your alma mater. Interesting.
Yeah, bleed orange and black.
Oh, well, as they're going to be pushing onto site, they have the numbers advantage currently, so anything could still happen. There's a lot of potential for them to win. The peek out from DeSovo. Chutang goes down.
I mean, they're putting up a really good fight there. You can see that they've tried for this more spread out default position, which has worked out so far for them. They're winning the one-on-ones that mattered in the places that they needed to. They could have probably gotten a little bit more out of those with pairings to get some of those refrags, but RIT has control of the B site. They are going to be able to get this bomb down, and so now they have the challenge of making sure that, well, first they get the bomb down, and then they're able to control from that GetRacked finds DeSovo, meaning this is just one player on UConn, and JLu's got no reason not to go for it. There's, plenty of rounds to make up for it if he makes a mistake. But you can see him slowly creeping up cat there and looking for any information, trying to make the decision of, can I get the pick? Can I make something happen? He's got the information that
I
both
mean,
Ningso and GetRacked are low, but he makes the better decision to just save.
yeah, you get to pick up a skid. You get to chill back for a little bit. I think that trying to get some exit frags or seeing if you could take anyone out near the end would provide some value, considering that you have those rounds and it's very difficult to go in a 1v3. So getting at least a little bit of value out of it, hiding behind there, trying to find someone ratting around. But
All right.
hey, there's a lot
12,
of there's 12 rounds. I was about to say
11 rounds.
there's
Sorry.
11 rounds until they tie it. 11 just to tie, and then they have to go into overtime. It's a really hard mountain to climb, but considering people have climbed Everest, I would not be surprised if Rochester was able to do it. Go Tigers. Let's see if you guys can win out. Let's see if you can make Tyler proud. Viking proud. Sometimes I'll forget caster names in default.
It's all good. So, an opening trade going in favor of the Tigers, who find a third, excuse me. So that's actually looking really good for them, as Blackbird's got a Deagle, not able to connect. As Get Wrecked, excuse me, it trades out, kills Blackbird, leaving just JLu again. This is the second round in the row. He's the lone survivor on the UConn side. So it looks like we're going to get another round for RIT. They are going to live for another round at least, which is important, because while we obviously care about map wins, the map round score is equally important in the standings, and as they're fighting to climb up that middle of the pack to get into the top 4, every round matters, especially as we've seen a couple matchups go 33-3 or so in terms of the overall best of 2 score. So they're playing obviously to get to a point where they have the opportunity to win again, and if they can do that, it'll be an incredible feat. But even any additional rounds they can get, it, even if they're thinking about them as just bonus rounds, do matter. You can see them pushing into Sight.
Oh, but that
2-2, 3-2
overaggression
trade, not bad. Not bad, I believe.
I was worried. I was like, that overaggression might lose them the rifle, but they were able to clean it up nicely. Damage control and damage reduction going out. JLu, 1 player left. And considering that they're coming from an area where Rochester wasn't, that is from Palace, it's going to be very nice, because hey, you don't need to worry as much about UConn picking up AK and going for those hero rifle plays. That's what always worries me in these games, when someone gets a cheeky kill with a deagle and then they just pick up a rifle, and from there the tide turns so quickly with such a skillful player. I don't even think he'll need a rifle. Oh, I was like, I don't think he needs a rifle. He's just doing work with a deag.
Yeah, a little bit of going out in a blaze of glory there for JLu, who on that rotation does find a little bit of value, but RIT does have a good bank built up now, so they're well positioned to go into these next rounds, even if they can win the rounds and stay alive, even if they're doing them at a great cost to the team itself. They're dropping 3, even 4 players in those rounds. They're still able to buy back into that without too much worry right now. So they're going to continue to try to do that, but JLu playing with the 5-7 is going to find the Legend 45 early on in the round. So RIT a little less confident, or a little bit less successful in the early round than we've seen them in the past. They're going to start to make that aggression onto the A site. You can see the kills going both ways, with those pistols doing absolute work for UConn. And now it's just Zoltan against DeSovo and Loverman. He cannot go down. Unfortunately, Loverman is able to win that battle. So it's going to give map 1 to the University of Connecticut and the Huskies.
That was an interesting game coming out from it. The Tigers, hey, Viking, I hope they made you proud. They did an amazing job. I think they did amazing from the standpoint that they were in, from the pressure that was built onto them. They did an amazing job doing and getting those rounds. Unfortunately, when you're on match point, that looming threat, that one misplay, that one over aggression, and you are done for. It's really difficult, but we do have some good news. They're going to be going off to Inferno, and they have been doing a pretty good job on that map. So,
they
I
mentioned
just realized.
last week in their interview that it was one of their preferred maps. It's something that they,
Yeah.
like you said, they found a lot of success on, and I think as long as they're able to avoid falling into that trap of UConn pushing down into mid really quickly, kind of like we saw what they tried on Mirage, obviously very successfully, then this should be a pretty good battle. I mean, you made a great point. RIT showed that they could stand up to UConn, and with the challenge you get into with CT is if you get into that cycle of you need to buy a weapon, but you can't buy that weapon and full utility, especially when UConn is being so aggressive, it can be very difficult to slow everything down and kind of play the game that you want to. So they got a good amount of rounds on the board. I mean, 6 is pretty solid, especially you can mention how high up UConn is in our
Yeah.
rankings right now. So we're gonna see what they can do on Inferno, but I am certainly expecting a good game.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see it because I just realized Tigers fire. I mean, it's red. I mean, hey, it's gonna Inferno fire red. There's gonna be something to see there as we see it in just a little. Are we gonna be hopping right into it? Or are we?
We're gonna take a quick break. So we're gonna see map 2 of UConn versus RIT, as nerds pointed out on Inferno. So that will take a quick break. We're gonna get that map set up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We're about to jump into map 2, which will be Inferno. RIT coming off a first map loss, kind of a tough one, 16-6. Again, we saw some pretty great moments from them. We saw that they were able to go toe-to-toe with the Huskies and come out on top, at least for 6 rounds. So we're going to see if on their map choice, they'll have the opportunity to make their own statement, to play the style that they want to and shut down that aggression from UConn. I'm Viking here with Nerds Corner. We're excited to be back here in EGFC Season 4, Week 11. Nerds, what are you thinking for this map?
I'm thinking RIT. This is their pick. This is their ballpark, hopefully, and most likely, they are looking for revenge. They're coming into this trying to settle a score that they had earlier and do a lot of damage to the Huskies. So let's see if they can win out, as there's a fairly quick fairly quick attack that gets shut down relatively fast. And they push them away as fast as they approached.
Yes, and this is going to be RIT on the T side starting off, as it was their map choice. So they went for that early aggression, saw that smoke, and said it's not worth trying to push through it. We don't need to take that risk, and instead go back to A, which might end up working for it. Now they've got 3 players, make that 4 from UConn on that, and that flash is going to do huge amounts of damage. J-Lu finding 2 headshots, despite the reduced visibility, made that a 3rd, and he is just having the series of his life right now. We saw those huge plays from the previous map, excuse me, and now it's just get wrecked trying to find anything. Unfortunately, is not able to bring that out, so that's going to be RIT down on their opening round on their map choice, but all hope is not lost. It's only 1 round, it's just a pistol. Lots of opportunities to come back, and I'm interested to see what they're going to do in this opportunity to seems like they're just going to try to get it over, but you know,
Yes,
get
there's
it out
always
of the
some
way.
room. There's always room for some shenanigans. And again, in this game, playing objective is always extremely important. So there's some room for some funky plays, as University of Connecticut, they're holding their angles. They're getting ready for this A push.
Yeah, you can see that there's a usually pretty good sense to
Whoa.
just go for that waterfall if you get absolutely almost, I shouldn't say not absolutely, very little value out of that first round. They didn't get the bomb down. They're trying to fight for it. They only found 1 kill. Not a lot that you can really invest in that second round. So it's a great idea to put all of your force into 1 air point of attack. A little bit of A on there, but UConn expecting a great setup for that, and UConn favoring going for rifles rather than the lighter buy to farm for cash. It's just going to make that a much more likely second round, and now RIT coming into the 3rd round with full utility and AKs is going to have a much better chance against some of the 9s that have not been upgraded. Although we can see Canary, who subbed in on the UConn side with that Mag 7, can be really dangerous, especially when you're playing from those very close angles. That
Hmm.
certainly Divider is one of those places where that happens a lot. And a little bit of the early fire there isn't giving anything to anybody. Chutang does finally find 1, 2, 3 with hiding behind the pillar, and RIT finds their way onto the A site with 3 kills. And this is going to leave Canary under the porch side. Does a lot of work, and unfortunately for
Makes
RIT,
it.
it's J-Lo that's still alive.
Oh, he makes it a 2v2 and now a 1v2. But RIT is not out of it just yet. They have a lot of capability. The bomb can go down on this site as they're getting ready for it. Pushing into Cathedral. It's just very slow, patient game, but it's Canary that finds the pick. The 3rd round. Oh, reminding the teammates of their health. They figure out where they are, and the defuse goes down.
A really unfortunate turn of that round for RIT. They had such a great opening. They had those 3 kills that went completely unanswered. But just having to deal with playing around those smokes at the top of mid, saw Canary playing out from under that porch position, able to find some of those kills. And again, J-Lu has been such an incredible presence across the last map and now into these first 3 rounds. And that has just been very difficult for RIT to overcome. And you saw that they were trying to transition there. They just got a really bad timing break. Unfortunately, that spelled defeat for them. But I think, again, they're showing that they've got what it takes to come back into these rounds when given the opportunity. And you can see that here. They made this 3v3 with just Deagles. They picked up the AAK, and that's just one of the UConn players on site. Unfortunately, it's Jaylu. They don't check the back of site. They're not prepared for that. So Jaylu is able to find his second and third kill, almost a fourth of the map before he closes it out. Or sorry, 3 kills. Excuse me. He's still doing an incredible amount of work. He's already at 10-0 and only the 4th round.
Wow.
That's
That
quite a
is
statement.
yeah. Wow. I mean, sometimes you're just left speechless by the incredible plays from the teams that we see here. Connecticut being up 4 rounds. I'm assuming they're feeling confident. The op comes out. Sovo getting tagged up a little bit. 2 HP left. And there we go. The first player goes down for Connecticut. The trade coming out as Canary is holding that angle tight. He's making sure RIT cannot push through this.
Canary's been playing from every position so far. We've seen them on the A side, on the B side, playing some of those off angles. And again, RIT finds themselves in a position where the early work that they did, and they did some great work catching DeSovo, getting him down to only 2 HP, and finding Leverman, who had gotten just a little overconfident in that initial upper P pick. They had the ingredients to get there. Unfortunately, they just were
They
kind of
couldn't connect.
expecting the behind sandbags instead of on top of sandbags, and those off angles can make such a huge difference. We talk about the time to damage metric, which is when you find someone around a corner, the first one to snap to a target and do damage. And right now, UConn's just better positioned in terms of their degrees off target, as well as their time to damage, which is continuing to give them these benefits. So RIT forced into an early save, which means a very, very long round, just waiting for something somewhere,
Over the
hoping
rainbow.
hoping that people won't get overly aggressive and hunt them down as they have in the past. And UConn seems content to just chill. I mean, they don't need
Yeah.
to push their luck on it. They're in a pretty good position, but not so great that they want to give up one of those rifles. So going hunting going to be an afterthought more than anything.
And I mean, you get to keep 4 of your Zol DeSovo. Did he fall? What?
It
I thought I was
looks
gonna
like
say they get to keep 4 of their players. 4 of their players get to keep weaponry, and then I just see DeSovo in the kill feed, and I'm like, wait, what happened?
he disconnected and is currently replaced by
Ah,
Bot 20, who's gonna hang out for a little while. We get to Silva back, and that's where we'll be on that timeout.
I see. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's just an extended version of that previous round as we get to kind of dissect what happened there in Banana. It's just a spray down.
yeah. I think that the pieces were there for RIT to do pretty well. Again, they got that early pick on, not pick, but a lot of damage onto DeSovo. They got him down to 2 HP all in, and also have had, I think, like pretty good matchups. We saw again at the top of Banana, they were able to find Mr. Loverman before being taken out by Canary. So they're getting the opening damage. The problem is the immediate follow up is not going in their direction. And we saw that happen earlier on their first buy round where they had top A control. Again, Canary was the difference maker there. And so these little moments are turning entire rounds back in favor of UConn, even if they have kind of rough opening slots, and that's just continuing to create really great opportunities for them. I mean, and it's just really good play.
Slow and steady wins the race. I mean, they're just on CT, so they need to make sure to play objective and play well. Rochester needs to come to them so they can play those off angles. They can play however they want. But I will say, with Tony being here instead of DeSovo, there might be some potential. To be more specific, what are the rules on if someone disconnects?
They are allowed several timeouts to deal with the tech side of it, just because Face It has kind of specific parameters for how that is. So they're able to do that, and they have the difference between a technical timeout and a tactical timeout. So they're going to use their technical timeouts to get DeSovo back in the server, and then we'll resume play as we are, normally expected. I'm a little upset that Tony is on the Huskies instead of on the Tigers. I feel like
Oh,
there's
the
that
memes.
that additional brand synergy that we're always going towards. But
I
for the
mean,
time being, it's just hanging out on the enemy side.
just feeding the chickens, keeping them company. You gotta keep them company, otherwise they get a little bit bored. They get a little feisty.
Yeah, it is indeed. But maybe we could all, just have a nice bowl of Frosted Flakes together, and after the match, call it a good game. I think that what we have seen so far suggests that UConn feels pretty good about the adaptations on this map. I mentioned before that Canary is going from place to place and has had impact basically wherever he goes. Right, top of sandbags, under porch, wherever he's playing from. Certainly having a lot of impact on that turnaround as we see
Let's go.
DeSovo come back in there.
DeSovo is back.
But I still want to take my hat off for Jalu. I mean, he on his own. We talked about his score obviously before at 10-0. He's just doing a great job and just shows up wherever he's needed and makes the difference. And between those two players, I mean, that's been the bulk of UConn's firepower so far. Not
Mhm.
to say that the other players aren't doing anything; they just haven't had to.
Does DeSovo have a -1 kill?
Yeah, well, when you start off with 0, unfortunately, it counts
Hey,
whenever
he's
you decide that you're
providing
no
with
longer with it.
three assists. He's helping out with the utility. Same thing with Loverman in terms of the stats.
Yeah,
All in all, stats matter. Stats matter, but to a degree, playing with your team and setting up players like Jalu for success is important. Speaking of which, we're finally back in the games. Still 5v5, and I think that timeout hopefully will also help Rochester as they can rethink some of their strategies and their play styles.
yeah. You saw that they tried to bust out a little bit more aggressively, and that forced UConn to burn a lot of that early utility. And DeSovo trying to get that kill back on his score line there, gets really aggressive into apps and finds the opening kill onto 2 Tang. So RIT once again sort of marooned in this position where they're waiting to see if someone's going to peek out, if they're going to give them an opportunity, and found one. There goes Canary for Zoltan. That is one of those impact players that we just talked about. So RIT finds an opening, but continuing to go to the opposite site. We'll see if they're find any success as they try to make this entry.
They're able to get a decent amount of ground. They do have another player as well, all the way on that A site. They have some room on that side of the map as well, even though they're down a player, or so they're down some health, not a player. They have a decent amount of potential. Leaving the bomb behind. Huh. Interesting play as Loverman also holding those interesting angles, pushes forward. They're about to meet each other, and it's quicker to the draw as Zoltan is the only one that's left. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I can see Rochester thinking, toiling away with their thought processes, but fortunately, it is University of Connecticut who's able to win out.
I like the thought process that they had there, like leave the bomb back for a rotation, see if you can pull the rotations, and then on the other side of the map, see if you can pick off a rotator, make an opening, like anything that's going to give you a little bit of an advantage. Unfortunately, the timing was literally off by like a second as you saw that rotation going into arches. And so the RIT player that had made it all the way over to arches, trying to execute on that, just wasn't able to find it. So RIT getting aggressive, pushing all the way up into mid, now going for that apartments position, mostly on an eco. Zoltan's got an AK. They're going to try to catch UConn off guard here, but forced to slow down with all the flashes and smokes. So once again, RIT starts off with what seems to be like a pretty aggressive plan, but not able to find anything that's really created much of an opening. And you can see that flash was meant to get them out of it, but does not do anything. And RIT's 2 players go down as they get the entry. But Zoltan is able to find the first and almost the second before being taken out through the smoke and blinded Canary, just doing an excellent job before the rest of the Tigers are filled off by DeSovo. So a good plan, a reasonable amount of equipment just kind of goes awry. And once again, the early round utility from UConn is making such a difference. They're any aggression that RIT wants to get started is
Explode.
immediately shut down. There's just nothing they can do about that. So I think they're going to have to get to a point where they recognize that's happening repeatedly. You know, now it's been several times in a row, and they just have to kind of expect that, play
Maybe
back,
bait
and
some of
cover
it
some of
out.
the. Yeah, exactly. Try to get them to use all that utility the best they can. And holy cow, that's
Ooh.
3 nade kills right off the bat. That is the exact
I
opposite of
mean,
what I was hoping that they would do.
they baited the utility out, just unfortunately not in the way that you would expect, and that is gonna put them on the back foot. 2 players left and a hero rifle. Phew. Heroes can be made, but I don't think that is everything that's gonna happen. Although they do even the score at least by 1. It's 1v4. Can we see a 4-piece in this game? The scope from Canary just works out so much better. First, you keep your teammates warm, then you remind them of exactly how much HP they have, and then at the end, you make sure that their monitors are at the brightest setting possible.
Just a helmet check.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that is putting RIT in a difficult position that you can see that they've opted to actually go for the buy here. It's not going to be what they would like. You see some wheels and a scout instead of the op. But if they can get something out of this, I mean, they're certainly at a position where they've got to try to get something, whatever it is. Like 1 round is going to be enough. You can see that they apparently have learned their lesson about holding on for utility, but that isn't going to do a whole lot for them as they're still just kind of running into the crosshairs of Canary, who unfortunately has just been on fire and incredibly difficult to stop.
I will say, when you have a player and a team that works really well together, the adaptations are really quickly. So Rochester, they adapted like, okay, we have to bait out their utility, we have to wait it out. But that being said, it's not, I mean, it isn't enough. Okay, again, you know, waking your teammates up, hey, stop holding that angle. They find one of the last players on the back burner, and they are winning themselves another round. The adaptations from Rochester, I don't think they're fast enough. Changing up your strategy like mid-round and mid-game, like they definitely use that timeout to their advantage to rethink their strategy, like you were saying earlier, but they don't do it like as much mid-round. They're not changing everything and adapting relatively quickly, like you'd like to see out of some of the top teams. So I think that's another thing that they can definitely work on in this round as Loverman takes out Get Wrecked.
It's been difficult to find an answer to UConn, as they've been a very cognizant team of that early round aggression. We talked about the utility that's done so much work for them, but they've also been very, very good about strategically peeking for information and not giving up control. You can see Canary, who ran all the way from the A site where he's been playing over to the B site just to get a little bit extra kills on that kill counter. And they've just been very, very good at playing conservatively, and as a T-side player, really frustratingly, because you can see like a foot here or there, or you know that they're pushing from some position and they're just not able to connect entirely to ultimately get a frag. And that's gotta feel just like hitting your head against a brick wall, because UConn has just been
You know,
so effective at it and they're losing so few
I
players.
I have a theory. This is just a theory. They didn't ring the bell. No, but to be more specific, again, I think it's like the adaptations, like you said, cognizant team. You need to be aware of what's going on, get those first bloods and bait out the utility, and then hopefully from there you have a better position to push forward. Speaking, you know what? I think Legend has a thought here as well. Just be fast, be bold, and dude, it's our site. It's not CT's site. CTs aren't defending. We're defending. We're defending their retake. And because when you think like that, we're defending the retake. You have the site. It's yours.
Yeah, I mean, as the old saying goes, just play the game better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Skill.
And They're doing a pretty good job of that. I mean, here in this round, they haven't given up any unnecessary kills. They're playing back more conservatively, and Legend just really opened up that site with that opening there. And Get Wrecked able to find both 1, 2, 3, and now Canary has been great and doing exactly what he needs to. Excuse me, that was Zoltan. I forgot they had two ops that they eventually picked up. Unfortunately, they do lose two players, one to the bomb, one to Loverman's op, but it's a round on the board, and that could be what breaks open that dam and gives RET enough confidence to make this some sort of run at hopefully what ends up being a string of victories before they get over to the CT side. Because as we saw in that last match, if you end up down, 3-12 at half, it's really difficult,
Yeah.
even if you play your best, to come back from that.
I mean, it is their map, so hopefully that there is more potential when the sides swap meeting each other, but utility in hand. Oh, and the crosshair lands as Loverman finds a Legend. A Legend again trying to do that really quick and really fast play that worked out for them in the past, getting those first bloods pushing in. But I think that Connecticut is aware of this and they're going to try and combat it as much as possible by aggressing themselves and getting into cheeky positions. Playing further back on site near Graveyard, it's going to make it a little bit easier for them, and consistently repositioning here with Mr. Loverman. Even when he got that first pick, that first blood, he instantly repositioned to see if he can cover any of the other angles.
It's a mark of a great player to make sure that you're repositioning and never repeaking the same angle twice. And that's goes back to the point that I was making earlier about how UConn's been so good at getting in, getting damage, and then getting out, and not giving any unnecessary visibility to RIT. And that has just been so successful because RIT is getting some of the initial damage. You can tell they're getting frustrated and trying to go for that refrag, or they're just getting stuck in a position like where we just saw they are down a couple players. They're trying to find something. They don't have a lot of utility to execute into any given site, and as a result of that, UConn has been able to just pick them off kind of one by one.
Pew
And we
pew
haven't
pew.
really seen that sort of team synergy that you would want to, in the ability to go for the refrags, get some of those benefits for ultimately having to sacrifice one of your teammates the way that has been happening. So they have that one round on the board, but they haven't really solved the problem yet. Their core
Yeah,
issues are still there in terms of how to attack each round on a round around basis. But haven't
right.
lost hope yet. 11 to
Mhm.
1 still means they can go 11 to 4. See how that goes.
I mean, there's a lot of potential. I agree. The technical tech timeout for RIT using one of them, whether it's for technical stuff or for rethinking some of their strategy, it's definitely good to pause to not only see if you can win some more rounds in this half before we switch sides, but also to think about next round. This is their map choice. RIT was saying, hey, we're going to be going on to Inferno. So they got to rethink some of their strategies. And I remember the core issues that I was like talking about is Connecticut, the Huskies, they have a really good job of adapting either mid round or changing up their strategy round to round to round. They saw the aggression from RIT and realized that the Legend wanted to take a lot of space. That's what won them the round previously. So they decided to counter that by seeing, hey, this might not work, this might not succeed, but let's try and be aggressive as well and play our game like we always do. Be aggressive, take those early first bloods, and then reposition right off that. It gave them a lot of value. They were able to win out. So they're going to be prepared for something new. They're going to be prepared for this, either a rush or even like waiting for them to push onto a site and then maybe rotate off to another one and to shake things up, right? Mix things around.
Yeah. And I hope that they, being the Tigers, have more of an opportunity to kind of take the lessons that they're learning the hard way, sometimes, more than once, and find some there. Think so finds Loverman through the smoke there before going down to the Sovo. See if those dualies get some utility, and they do, but there's quite a bit of health off of the Legend. So RIT finding a surprising amount of success for an ego, that aggression, making a big difference for them. You see Zoltan just finds another kill with that Tech 9, tries to find the second in that duel there with 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, did not go his direction, but he did take a lot of health off of him. So Legend 45's got not a lot of HP, but he does have an op, and that might be all he needs. He just needs to pick a site and hope for the best.
Oh, the rat plays though. I think when you're in that situation, playing a little bit ratty on site, it works out. Jailu is on top of Fountain as well, so all different angles from all different areas, but he spotted him out, and it's the player with the low HP. But it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3. That might be all the total of his HP. Just you have that 6 HP in a dream, but they have a Deagle. That's all they need. Just pop.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations going into that like 1v1. You could have just 1 HP, but if you play weird positions, like you saw 1, 2, 3 playing, from back further in sight, you have that one-on-one where you're literally just have to clear an entire site on your own. It's really difficult to do that. You can see Loverman finding 2 kills, Solden only 1. So this just fast trades UConn responding to RIT's aggression with some aggression of their own, and as they push down Banana, they're able to just clean up, put down that plow, and just make quick work of it. So just Chutang left to find something in this 14th
Oh.
round. He is hiding between 2 players who did not check Mexico.
He's able to
Solo
find
drops
one.
down. He's got to know where they are. And now you can see Lu and Loverman on the hunt, but he manages just to get out, go for mid. Almost finds it, but Chutang runs into the crosshair of Lu, and that will be the end of Chutang. 1 round
And
left.
yeah, I was gonna say a single round left, and unfortunately, not. I think it was 310 last time. I was like, oh, sorry, 310, 312. I could caster math. I even think wait 3. It was something last round, and Rochester had a decent amount more during the split. During the half, they had 3 rounds up, and University of Connecticut, I mean, they still had a substantial lead, but they had a decent amount more rounds. I don't know, even if they win this, it's going to be 213. It is going to be really difficult for them to push forward in that second half.
Absolutely. I still choose to hope, and I want that to happen so badly, but 14-1 is very difficult to deal with in literally any context, and that is exactly what RIT is going to have to contend with here. So an incredibly hot UConn team, just no signs of stopping, no signs of slowing down whatsoever, and they are doing whatever they want with this map. So RIT, as they swap over to the CT side, is going to have to put up an incredible first round defense, and then they're going to have to follow that up with 14 rounds, and 13 rounds if they win the pistol, but they cannot lose this.
Yeah, they would have to force up round 2, and it would be really hard as DeSovo spotting out 1 in mid. I'm just looking in the wrong direction. Zoltan hiding on site is getting 1 from the back, at least with a team help there.
Oh no. Oh, that went so poorly so quickly. They had so much time to get those connections, but they just weren't able to find the headshots. And that just makes the lives of the remaining RIT players, Chutang, that much harder. So what was basically a do or die round goes to UConn once again. And now
Ooh.
RIT is facing game point for at least 1 more round, but potentially up to 14. So we'll see how that goes.
I remember last time they were up against a wall, RIT was able to pull off they pulled off some great stuff here. Oh, again, reminding them exactly how much HP they have left.
Let's get a little bit excited and swing your knife around. Who hasn't done
I
that
mean,
yet?
oh, you gotta, it's very fun to just like, play around with them, right? You flip them around in some fun ways. You have a fun time. Ooh, a slight shooting, slightly missing off.
I like this flank. This is, I mean, if this works, it seems like it's going to be a little too late. As once again, it's just Chutang left, and there are 2 rifles and a lot of bullets in that P90. And Lu playing from the flank position is going to close that out quickly and in favor of UConn. So, not quite as strong of a performance from the Tigers on their map choice, but UConn, to their credit, has been incredibly
Ooh.
effective. They have been an incredibly dangerous team. You mentioned before how high they are up on the standings, and for a good reason.
Yeah, they are third and up against DePaul and Villanova, who we got to see play earlier in this split. I- It's really hard. DePaul has a 90% win rate, and Connecticut is tied with well, it's very close.
Yeah.
66 versus 68. So it's kind of a toss up on exactly the numbers there. And I feel like after this match, they might go either above Villanova or at Villanova's level. And RIT is currently fifth. So it is a little bit further off. They're still evenly matched. And I have a lot of hope for RIT. Viking, your alma mater. So I'm assuming you have hope for them as well. They did play really well on that first map, and I'm excited to see more from them. That being said, Connecticut winning out both of the maps here today. Congratulations to them.
Done so in convincing fashion. And as a result of that, we are going to have an interview with J. Lou from the Yukon team, that player whose name we said quite a bit in these last two maps. And I'm excited to see that. So we're going to take a quick break, get J. Lou in here. Don't go anywhere.
I don't want this place. Ugh, damn it. Just this piece, girl, custom worlds and the galaxies. Just to see you. I'll risk my life knowing that maybe I won't meet you. But I can't resist.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with JLu from the Yukon team, one of those names that we saw a lot in the kill feed and made a lot of comments about the impact that he's had, along with Ty, who we learned was going under the pseudonyms Canary and Blackbird, thanks to the auto mod from Face It. So, our mistake in retrospect. Very much appreciated. But JLu, it's great to be here. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah. Hi everyone. This is Jelu.
So, JLu, UConn has had like this really great arc over kind of the start of the fall split, coming into the spring split. You've been climbing up. You've been in that top three. In
Mhm.
week 9, you had a really tough loss against DePaul, who is statistically the best team
Yeah.
in the league right. And then you had that bye against U Idaho because of the forfeit last week. So it's been a while since you've really played a game. So coming into this, how does it feel to be back? And what were you kind of thinking coming back into this first match, looking at how well RIT performed against Marquette last week?
So this week we definitely prepared a lot in the last 2 weeks, and definitely the DePaul is a very strong team, and
Mhm.
yeah, but yeah, in CS:GO we definitely all have the chance to uh win the match. Uh so it's just playoffs, and we just want to practice on something for the sorry, it's just regular season. We just want to practice something for the playoffs. So it's actually good to back to the game.
Yeah, great to have you back. I'm really excited to watch you play every time.
Yeah, and that makes me curious about how confident you were going into that first map, Mirage, because it was your opponent's pick.
Yeah, it's Mirage we play first of all, Mirage we play a lot, and we know like the RT will choose Inferno, so and we definitely want to play CT side on the Inferno first, so we choose Mirage, and we definitely have confidence like 98%. Yeah, because
It's pretty
Mirage is
high up there.
yeah because Mirage is our definitely a strong map, and also I think every CS:GO player know how to play Mirage. Yeah,
Fair
we
enough.
yeah we just do what we can do on the Mirage, so we definitely yeah so just getting a match, we definitely want to win, so we definitely have the confidence about the first map.
And so to go to the standings a bit, you guys are moving up to second. And now that you guys are in second on the standings, how do you feel? And more specifically, what are your plans for the upcoming games in the split?
Uh, mm, yeah, uh,
I don't know.
yeah, yeah, like what I want to say, like we definitely want to be the best team, be the first one. So, like it's just the journey is not finished. So for us, uh, like what I just said before, we definitely like we want to practice something for the playoffs, and we definitely want to be the championship of the season. So yeah,
Strong words, strong words.
Hell yeah.
I
Now,
know I know DePaul is a very strong enemy for us. So, but yeah, who know?
yeah,
It's
exactly. I mean, they showed some gaps in their armor last year, so they certainly are beatable. And I think you're definitely one of the teams to do them.
yeah, why
But
why why not us?
exactly.
Of
Now,
course, yeah.
before we get to the playoffs, though, you're going to have to go through some really difficult teams again. And next week, you're going to be playing against Marquette. Now, the last time that you played them was all the way back in week 5 of the split. You were the first and I think only tie of the entire season. You went
Mm.
1-1, 33 rounds apiece, super evenly matched. And I know they've made some upgrades. You've made some changes as well. Are you thinking about that match against Marquette any differently, or is it an approach that you're bringing that might look a little bit different from what you've already been talking about?
Yeah, like I just said, like before the game, like we definitely feel very stressful because all the yeah we definitely want to win more rounds and get
Mhm.
get a win. And but after we go into the server, we definitely the only enemy for us is just ourselves. Like
Great mentality.
yeah we like what I just say, like we can play like we just want to play like our practice,
Mhm.
our like play the screen. So uh it's tough match for me. I don't know, but like I just said, the streets makes us to be better, and uh actually very special. Very interesting things is before the map one. I see the channel of I see the channel of the stream, and I see someone say like, ah, you can just have some good aimers, blah blah blah, such like that. Okay, I know. So I think we on fire on the map too. Definitely stressful makes us to be better. So I don't know. I think
Ooh.
it's maybe tough, but yeah. I think we will win.
Such a great mentality, and I love that insight. And I personally can't wait to cast that game. I know that it's going to be one of the great ones of the season. So appreciate that very much. Now, before we let you go, as always, is there anybody that you'd like to give a little bit of recognition and love to?
Uh, Actually, I want to thank for my teammates because of the holiday we cannot practice together. So after the semester began, like I see a totally different teams. Even we lose DePaul as the first week, but I think yeah, we definitely I need to thank themselves because um our targets is definitely the championship of the season, and I see a totally different team before the before the break. Uh,
As part of map 2. But currently, UConn in second place, or sorry, it should be Villanova is up against Marquette.
Mhm.
We'll see them, the currently third place team after UConn, which is what I was trying to say earlier, performed incredibly well against RIT, making a significant effort going into both of their maps and just complete blowout. So looks like we haven't started yet, but we'll be back as they figure life out.
I hop up here. I love the just a little whoop.
We're
Hello.
ready for opportunities. Anyways, as I was saying, Villanova fell to third place as a result of UConn's win against RIT today. So UConn 70% map win rate. They're 14-6 in maps overall. Villanova, who had a bit of a rough start in the fall, is 11-5 overall. They've had a couple extra buys in there compared to UConn, which is why we go by win percentage. They're only
Ooh.
just 2.2% behind with 68.8%.
If they
So
win this, does
very,
that
very
put them up?
close.
If they
Yes, if
win
they
at
win
least
this, they
one.
should be back.
If I believe if they win at
Yes,
least one, they're going to be bumped up into that second place. If
yes.
they win both, that's gonna be a substantial lead after that.
If they go up to 13 rounds, so that means they win both maps, they'll be at 72%, which will cement them in that second place. If they win 12, they will still technically be just 0.5% above UConn in win percentage for maps. They are
Mhm.
currently and have been just over UConn at 65%, over UConn 62% in round win percentage. We talked about, if you were here watching the UConn versus RIT match, that we have a lot of emphasis, or there's a lot of weight on the individual round wins as well. So it's not just can you close out the map, but it's can you close out the map convincingly, because that map differential, especially when we get into some of these top teams, DePaul right now, 69% win rate, is not that far ahead of Villanova if we're looking at those numbers. So there's a lot of fighting contention for those top spots, a lot of opportunities for people to move around. Marquette, who's historically been a very strong team, in fourth place right now, but only by one map. Not a huge difference in terms of what their opportunities for getting back into the top three are. They had a bit of a rough week last week. They had two subs in against RIT, who had a sub of their own, who ended up being incredibly good and doing a lot of wonders for that team. So there's just like a lot of chaos going on here, but they're doing great work on both teams here. And I'm very excited to see how this is, because it should work out very well with Villanova performing incredibly well over the last few weeks, especially.
And there we go. We're getting right into Nuke with them. Both these teams are excited. With Marquette being like the team that plays Nuke like through this entire split, it's not going to be surprising if they have some thought of strategies. But Villanova being on top and being I think our top team, or one of our top teams, they are going to be ready and prepared. That being said, they're already down by 2 players, 3 players. There's the trade. The refrag happens, but they're looking to refrag the refragger and give yourself even more room. But oh my god, that was a beautiful 3-piece there in the end to secure it for Marquette. Just Rich. He did so much damage there within a millisecond.
And that's the danger of Marquette. At any given time, they can just completely go off and pull something crazy like that. I mean, it was hard to even tell what happened. It was like a blink and you missed it, and there were 4 kills on the feed, and Marquette runs away with the victory in there. So Villanova started off in a pretty good position with that defense, getting some picks, playing a little bit slower, but Marquette is not a slow team. They like to push and be aggressive as soon as they get just like the tiniest hint that you are hesitant or there's a weakness that they can exploit. And that's what we love watching about them so much. And Villanova, again, super high performing team, doing very well. We spent a lot of time hyping that up. Doesn't take very long to adapt to the aggression here. As you said, this was Marquette's map choice. They are one of the few that prefer to play Nuke over your more traditional core maps. So we expect great things from them. But Villanova here, you can see, is stacked into the lower site. So I'm kind of curious to see whether Marquette is expecting this and whether they're able to handle it.
Migs opening things up for them. Oh, pushing through vent. They're going to be able to get onto that A site. Fast and confident. They push forward. Migs getting another one. And I mean, being on T side, they are playing this extremely well. They have their bonus, so they have the weaponry to do it and to play out against them. That being said, you can get caught off guard really easily. Migs finally goes down. Are they hunting as Ace? Oh, looks
I
like
mean,
he's hunting.
no reason not to, right? They've
Yeah,
got
I mean, you might
every
as well.
advantage of the possible. Although if Ace isn't careful, he will die to
I
the
mean,
bomb who's about to explode directly above him. So, one thing to maybe be aware of. But Marquette's going to take that easy second round. Alter at the end of the round there goes down to Rushroom. So Rushroom is going to get a little bit of extra cash from that Mac 10 kill and carry that over into the round surviving. So that's going to give a little bit of boost to the Villanova team. Going into this third round, you can see the buy there. This is going to be their first opportunity to really show what their defensive chops are on this map. And Marquette, knowing that this is going to happen, gotta probably honestly are going to stick to the same plan here as they've been going. Probe, play aggressively, see what can happen. But I'm very excited to see how they continue to exploit the weaknesses that they found so far.
Slow and steady. I mean, the bonus is going to be coming out for Marquette. So they're going to have a decent amount of, I mean, not only confidence because they have played this map, but also hopefully even a bit more restraint as they're kind of split up currently on the map. Players under, just trying to find some people on B site. The slow push outside to encapsulate Villanova, who's hiding on that ace site. Through the glass, Migs is able to find one, an opening and an opportunity for them. As the internet gets the trade in numbers. Hey, it's 4-4. And as I say it, 2 more fall. 3-3. Coming out of vents, they're peeking. They're taking the fight. Just Rich playing it slow with utility, slowing them down with the molly. Just wait. And there we go. They peek out. The patience is rewarded, but then again, both these teams are so confident in their plays. The bomb is down. Rem gets another one. Internet is out of this, and this is going to be an important round. Hopefully, if Villanova can clutch it out. Same thing for Marquette. Again, the weight of this is going to matter. It's a 1v1 and hiding in a corner. With 37 HP, Marquette wins this out. They're just proving themselves why this is their map. This is their choice, right? They're confident with their utility. They're confident with their plays. Even if they lose some of their players, as long as they have at least an even playing field, you can just see them playing so confidently.
Yeah, it was a big impact play from Remy there. It was kind of scary for a minute where it looked like Villanova had found the momentum to take back that site. Remy gets that impact kill, brings everything back into focus, and that just wonderful clutch from Migs being able to get the refrag, not letting his teammates down as the sole survivor on that site. And we go immediately back into this, and Villanova choosing to be really aggressive, taking a page out of Marquette's side book, really is going to have internet finding a kill, and more importantly, that rifle. And you can see Reshiram, who's got that op on the outside, is going to have the opportunity to shut down any play on the progression that comes in. But internet with that picked up AK is going to fall to Migs, and Cheney playing the off angle, and Trophy Room is going to find the first one in. Migs knows there's the second one, doesn't get to clear it out, but does buy enough time for Reshiram to come in, who gets the op kill. Just Rich goes down. Villanova gets the first round on the board. Marquette still up 3-1, but Villanova breaking that deadlock, finding their first round. It's got to feel pretty good.
Viking, I would agree. If I were in Villanova's shoes, they can slowly start making their momentum and bringing it forward. Villanova not only wants this for, the round and the games and stuff, but if they can keep their percentages high and stay up top in the leaderboard, it's also a great, a lot of benefit to them. I think it's interesting, though, that Marquette chooses to play Nuke, right? Especially because it gives them not only really a lot of security for rounds. So even if they don't win out, they have against a better team, they have a lot of rounds that they can get just because they're confident on the map. But also it could give them, just win them a lot of games, because if you have confidence on a map, if it's maybe an off pick for most teams, and you could just do a really good job on it, It's really smart. I looked at the stats earlier. I don't think they haven't picked nuke. I think they've literally almost always picked nuke.
As when we see nuke, they are, I think, the only team that has picked that.
Yeah.
Ancient is the only one that we haven't seen very often. Kind of moving back and forth.
DePaul picked Ancient.
DePaul did pick Ancient. Vertigo is usually something UConn picks. Villanova's got that a couple times. There's a pretty good variety of maps that we've seen across that. We definitely see the more common Infernos, Mirages, and so on. Surprisingly, we haven't seen Vertigo at all this split, which I'm kind of disappointed in because I am a big fan of how these teams approach that. But gives them the opportunity to, I guess, flex some new muscles in a different way. While we've been talking, Marquette has been slowly disintegrating, but Miggs, who clutched out 2 rounds ago, comes back in with the attempt and this 1v1. He knows where Kanye West is. Just that it's such a difficult angle to peek as you're coming from that heaven position, especially if you know that someone's there. And Miggs, knowing that he was there, decides to plant in back of silos instead of front of silos just to bait out that push, trying to get the timing right. And then knowing that that angle was going to favor him, that was a huge big brain play from the Marquette captain there. I love that. And now Marquette up in that 4th round. Villanova has had some difficulties finding the answers to really closing out the rounds. They're getting those early kills. They're just not finding ways to really see it all the way through.
Ooh. The spray down comes in. Low HP for Villanova, but they do have the numbers at bare minimum. I don't know if that's going to be everything that they need. Just Rich placing a smoke to cover for his team so they can cross all together safely onto that A site. Pick up some rifles, giving themselves a bit more room for Villanova. But considering how far off they are, I'm going to have to make a swift decision. Are we pushing in from the flank? I mean, from the back, from T-spawn. I think they're
Smart
waiting.
call here.
Yeah, they're going to try and find some exits, right? Just going for the cheeky play. The crossfire goes out. They're going to be able to at least get one, make it costly for Marquette, but the position has been given away.
It's a big ask to survive with just 4 HP, especially when they get a sense of where you are. And you can see Remy knows that Tyler is sitting back in this position, and he's going to hunt just a little bit more aggressively. And I think he's just going to survive with 2 seconds out there. Tyler starting that pre-spray just in case. Survives with the AK, so that's going to be a boost to the Villanova team, who does have enough cash to buy. Their Reshram should have enough to pick up that op, who I imagine is going to go outside with that, the traditional setup for it. Marquette hasn't really needed to adjust anything so far. Their attack strategy of defaulting to that, combination of inner and outer attacks have been obviously very successful. They're 5-1, but they've also been just taking a lot of space. And then when they get into these sites, it's giving them as much control as you can have in these situations. And along the way, they're picking up kills for Villanova players caught out, not in a place to refrag. And sometimes those battles are getting a little close. We've seen a lot of 1v1s, but nothing definitive. And as I say that, Internet's able to find Miggs, the clutch king of the match himself, alter refrags onto that to make it a 1-for-1 trade. But Reshram, who'd been playing from that heaven and into ramp, does some cleanup work for his team. And so now Marquette not going to plan the way that they hoped it would, but they are making their way onto that A site, but not expecting Cheney to be playing in that off position. And quickly, Kanye cleans it up. And what looked initially kind of promising for Marquette as they were trading outside goes to Villanova. So Villanova doubling their rounds, finding 2, getting 2 on the board, is going to give them another chance to close that gap a little bit and hopefully take the lead on before they finish this half.
I mean, it's a little bit hard going up against Marquette, though they are currently on a save with only 1 rifle in Miggs' hands. And we've been talking about Miggs a lot being 10-0. They have been doing an amazing job so far. So I'm not too surprised by the rifle going into their hands. Now, how much damage can they do with it? the patience.
It is Migs.
It
10
is
and
Migs.
5. He's been doing a lot of work with it so
I
far.
feel like there's gonna be a lot. They're also giving him the bomb, so the plant. I'm confident that they're gonna be able to do something with it. The spray down starts, and from a cheeky angle, they're able to get one. But Migs, as we were saying, isn't on the leaderboard. They're not. They're not on the kill feed. But they don't need to be. They need to be planting that bomb and playing for objective. That being said, now everyone has rifles in hands. They picked it up from the CTs. As Marquette shows us masterfully how to have a save. Altogether, giving the rifle to Migs and pushing in onto site. 2 versus 1. Now it's a 1v1, and the Migs rifle, there we go. It comes out right when it needs to be, and right when it is the most impactful. Still 11-0, getting and playing that objective.
I
Wow.
cannot believe how singularly impactful Migs has been to all of these rounds. I think that's 3 individual rounds where it has literally come down to Migs being able to hold out for his team. And so far, that's been Villanova's kryptonite. They have not found an answer for dealing with him, even in those 2v1s, and certainly not in the 1v1s. So Villanova, I think their concentration has to be how to get some of this earlier information, maybe being a little more aggressive could help them in that direction, but there's still so much distance between some of the success that they found early on in the round and then being able to close that out, and that's something that they need to address immediately.
Cheeky rat behind box. There we go. There's the trade. The refrag comes out super quickly onto Just Rich. Migs.
Off the board.
Migs is off the board. I
RIP.
just realized it's up to Ace and Remy.
And Alter. Alter's got that op, and Alter is
13 HP.
Yeah, he's still there with that big red bar on the bottom, just really helping out. And I think we haven't really seen Alter be able to contribute a whole lot. I mean, 5 and 8, he's not there just to look pretty. But Migs has just been so dominant in so many of these rounds in terms of that impact, how they've been trading out, clutching out, and so on. He just hasn't had the opportunity to really cook. That being said, Remy is kind of making his come up right now. He ignores the op, going for what he knows or thinks to know, there being a player on the outside. Villanova, with 3 remaining, are kind of forced to cover a lot of ground very quickly. And Tyler, finding the rotation perfectly, is going to find Remy, who not only was alone, but alone with the bomb. So now it's just down to Ace with that Galil and 3 Villanova players who now know where the bomb is. They don't seem to know where Ace is at the moment. So Ace is going to be content to just hold on to that rifle going into the next round with only a couple seconds left on the clock. Nothing he could really do about that. So huge play from Tyler there. Just, I'm going to say mostly luck on the timing, but also making sure that he was the one to pull that trigger first. Did an excellent job to bring Villanova back within 3 rounds of Marquette. Still a lot of work to be done, but they're in a much better position than they were just a few short rounds ago.
I mean, Ace does have that Galil, like you said. Migs gets another one on the board. All they need is a deagle, apparently. I was going to say they kept the Galil, but let's see if they can pull off some miracles like they did before. And internet going down. I mean, it's just sometimes the aim is so nutty from these players, and I watch them and I think to myself, wow, I don't even know if I can. Backing into it, Reshiram finds him. Alter pushing away. He wants to see if he can get the refrag, or at least be cautious of it, but it's just Rich who finds, oh wait, no, it's Shaney who finds Alter, and then the trade comes out fairly quickly. I read that in the wrong order.
There's just kind of a series of unfortunate events happening for Marquette here. They're just missing some of the corners, trying to go slowly and have a good understanding of where at least one player is, but that's led some of them, as we just saw, to just kind of ignore the corners where people commonly sit. That box on the back of ramp, always someone potentially going to be there, and that puts them down in this position of just one player remaining. So it seems like Villanova at this point is going to get their 4th round, unless Just Rich pulls off a miracle. But Kwanye says, nope, That's going to be the end of it. So Villanova 4-6. Marquette, a little bit of a stumble there, but I don't think anything to really worry about. And now they're going to come back still on a save, just feeling the effects of the force buy that they had just a few rounds ago. So there's probably going to give up another one. You can see that they haven't gone the route of Deagles and Tech 9s. So just minor upgrades may make a difference. You can see all of them jumping up to Marshmallow onto Little Hut. So they're just going to try to overwhelm. But Internet in the right position knows where they all are, is going to find two, shares a couple kills with Cheney. That's a quick two per player. And the bomb is down outside. So Alter, who had been back hoping for a rotation through lobby, trying to get a Zeus kill, is just kind of stuck in an awkward position. Got to look both ways now, hoping that someone comes the direction that he's looking for. But otherwise, he's just marooned out there, hoping for something to happen.
I love the Zeus. I love the Zeus play. I feel like it's such a cheeky play, especially in at this level, that if you could get one off, it's pretty funny. But that waterfall not working out for Marquette. Unfortunately, Internet and Cheney were just, they positioned themselves really well in a beautiful crossfire, so it worked out for them.
It's not something that I've seen before, as far as I can remember. Certainly not in terms of the strategies that we've seen here in the EGFC broadcast. They're getting impatient. Just peeks out, misses it, and that's going to be a trigger for the rest of the Villanova team. And so he's still close enough to try to. He's looking for those meme kills, trying to get a little bit extra cash out of that. But not long for this world. So Villanova comes out of that very clean round, no loss of life at all. And they bring now the game within one of Marquette. Marquette back on a bye now. This is going to be a real test for Villanova. If they can hold here, bring it to 6-6. That's just continuing to build up that momentum. But Marquette has the opportunity to break that momentum here and bring it back to basically 0.
It'll be interesting to see. Villanova, if they can bring it back to 6-6, it's basically 0-0 in this half. They're going to be sitting pretty. Oh, they push out. The refrag goes out. The flash helping Remy take out Internet and Tyler. Reshiram being the only player left in Op in a Dream. I don't think they're going to be pushing with it. Marquette, they don't want to give him it that easy. They can't just let things rest. They can't just let it be 6-6, not on their map, not on their pick. And again, Marquette being 4th in the standings, they want to win this so they can climb their way back up. But Villanova, they're also pretty high up there as well. So they're a pretty even matchup. And I remember us talking in prod that this might, like, if it were to be a draw, this is the match where it could potentially draw because of how powerful both of these teams are.
Really unfortunate position to be there for Alter to find Reshiram, who loses that op. But, I guess the consolation is Alter is also not making it through the next round. So there's one less rifle on that, which means that if Villanova wins this round, they do have the opportunity to not completely break the economy of Marquette, to get another, not free round, but an easier round, hopefully with the eco. So Villanova buys up again here. They're going to be without the op, which is a pretty big difference. I mean, Reshiram hadn't really had a huge opportunity to make use of it. He'd been anchoring into that ramp room, but Marquette's been content, mostly just hanging out outside, playing around Squeaky, as we can see it here, and really just finding a lot of off-angle picks, which I think kind of speaks to your point earlier about how familiar they are with the map. Villanova has been winning the aim battles when they know that they're there, but as we saw last round, Marquette has literally gotten 3 kills within a literal second of each other in 2 separate rounds. And that is, I certainly, to a degree, a coincidence, but they're making just absolute as much value out of their map knowledge. Like you said before, this is their map pick. They're comfortable with it. Yep. They know what's going on. They know what to expect. And they're making the most out of it. And that's why they are up on the T side right now.
I mean, they're going up against a pretty good team, and they're doing... I think a lot of it comes down to confidence. You could be going up against a team that you know you might not win out again. Migs, I mean, potential there for the heroics, the final play. I think I've been saying hero rifle on repeat like crazy, but if it was gonna come out of anyone, it would come out of Migs. Unfortunately, though, a big set of unfortunate events doesn't work out for them. And now, I mean, now it's almost 7-7, 6-6, but 2 more rounds in this half. Trying to think. I mean, Ace does have a AK in hand, Tech 9 and some Deagles. There's a decent amount of potential. We saw them do some fun and crazy things earlier. There's the trade in numbers as Just Rich goes down. Remy with 1 kill of their own as well. I mean, Villanova can't be too aggressive. Rescue Rams able to take out Ace. They just let him take it. And then another one outside Kanye West.
Villanova is doing a great job having with this adjustment. I mean, bringing it to 7-7 after the initial rounds, little difficult, not as clean as we've seen them in other maps and other matches. But they've done a great job to adjust there. We can see there they were a little bit more conservative. Their timing was on their side. Marquette was a little bit in disarray there, and Villanova, to their credit, has been doing a much better job with utility overall. Especially, just like we just saw there, Molly at least diverting, if not, causing a little bit of damage or at least a little bit of a delay. Internet knows that they're going for secret. They can feel it. Everybody's spraying towards the smoke, trying to get whatever they can. Most of the Marquette team has made it down into secret now, heading for that B site. That's going to be enough for the Villanova team to get the call to move off. Ace, playing from this position in the trophy room, is going to find that opening kill on Tyler before going down. Now there's kills trading everywhere downstairs. Alter with that AK through the flames finds Restroom, and that's going to leave just Cheney alone against 3 of the Marquette players. And this is the end of the half, so he's got no choice but to give it a shot and see what he can do with it.
How much damage can be done? You get those headshots, you make an opening, there's one. I mean, it reminds me of a certain player, if you can get the rest of them. He spots out someone on those doors, but I don't know if he can get it there. Through the glass, Remy goes down. Last player, Migs
again.
It's always Migs. It's Migs. We've been calling him so much lately. The thing I do want to note, not the exact stats, but Marquette has not lost on Nuke ever. Looking at all the stats, at least for this this current split and the previous split for these 2 semesters, they haven't lost on Nuke yet. And for most of their rounds, they've won pretty handedly. I mean, 16-6 is pretty common for Marquette to get on this map as well. I think this is one of the first times that a competitor has been able to really stand up against them. And it's not surprising. I would wager that Villanova has done a little bit of their research. They saw that Marquette loves to play Nuke, and they maybe, perhaps, possibility, studied it just a little bit as things are now opening up again for our namesake Marquette. Our namesake, for the namesake of the match. For the people that play Nuke all the time, my brain is going into overdrive just trying to think of all the possibilities for everything in this game.
It's gone very well for the Marquette side coming in on their first round back. They only drop 1 player. Villanova does a great job of getting the bomb down. They show some aggression there. They're able to make something out of what could have gone very differently. I mean, normally when you run into those types of situations where you see at the end one team ends with 4 and the other team ends with 0, you expect not a lot of value to come out of that. But they did get the bomb down, and you can see on the Villanova side on that T's front, they've bought up. They're forcing into it. They're saying, we're not really interested in waiting around. We're not going to let this gap get any bigger than it already is. And they've been fighting from behind this whole time. But this is going to give them the opportunity to see if they can take these early rounds in the second half and really make something out of it.
Then we're on Migs. We're
I
on
love this
Migs.
aggression. Villanova pushing into Secret. Does not expect Migs on the stairs, and Tyler and Internet both go down, and they still have not found an answer to that. They're splitting their attention and their focus, and finally, Migs falls victim to Kanye West. They take the bottom site, but Alter winning out over Cheney there is going to continue to give the advantage to Marquette. So this 3v2 situation, the bomb goes down. Villanova with 2 players to cover a lot of angles, and Remy finding an incredible shot through the wall with the scout, leaves only Reshram on site to do something, and he finds the first one. He knows at least where one other is. He expects it, but isn't able to answer it, and Just Rich defending his boy on the diffuser seals the round for Marquette. So they increase their lead once again to 3, difference that we've seen quite a bit over the first half. And Villanova in their first buy round, taking a little bit of a gamble, not able to capitalize on it as much as I'm sure they wished to.
And I mean, like you said this, we have seen a lead for Marquette. We've seen Villanova adapt relatively quickly and figure out strategies to counter Marquette. So, that being said, let's see how this outside push works. First person goes down on Marshmallow. They're taking the fight through the smoke. They're getting sprayed down. That smoke giving them safe passage all the way through into Secret down.
Oh no, that was the bomb.
The bomb is now outside. They have to retrieve it, but the Remy's right there. He's just going to be slowly taking them down. There's another player already waiting for them on that B site in that lower area. Oh, the stress is building for Villanova as they want to secure it. Internet picks up a rifle.
That was such unfortunate timing for Villanova. Just as that first smoke fades, of course, it's the bomb bringing up the rear, and that was just an absolutely incredible play from Remy to get both of those kills before they could get down there, leaving just Internet alive against Ace and Just Rich. Just Rich, we've seen have some pretty significant moments in previous rounds, but it does look like Internet's going to get the bomb down, as Marquette seemed to expect that he would be going towards that lower site. So it's going to take them a couple seconds to get that rotation in. Ace is going to come up through heaven, and you see Just Rich looking towards that vent area. So the options that Internet has to cover are significant. There are a lot of places where they could come from. He's going to spot out Ace, which is going to be enough, but he has that spam spot. He knows where the smoke is. He can wait for that. Oh, you can see it. He knows. I can't. Oh my god!
Smoke. I think we just heard our producer just like, that was such an intense round. 1v2.
If he had an AK, he would have gotten that diffuser kill in those opening moments through the spam. But because he had the Galil, a little bit less bullet penetration, a little bit more time to kill, that's all he needed to seal that round. And I think he expected, almost as I did, that with his teammate there, maybe he would jump off the bomb, just try to take the safety kill. Plenty of time to get the defuse. Doesn't go for it. Pros don't fake and just holds on to it, and a great decision from Marquette there.
That is going to give them so many rounds up in this half. I don't think they've lost a round yet.
Not yet.
They haven't. It's been a clean sweep so far, and let's see if they can continue it. The spray down happens. It's now 3 players left for Villanova. Low HP. Oh, Internet and Kanye West, the only people at full. Cheney is not. They're going to be pushing in together, though, into
Oh my god, that is Alter.
Those clean
They
headshots.
Families.
That's
That's why Alter is easily one of the top 2, if not the top just scoped weapon player, usually on the op, but very clearly skilled with the scout too. And that's been one of Marquette's keys to victory. We've seen obviously how Migs has been very consistent in those high pressure situations at the end of rounds to close that out. Alter is one of those huge impact players to just hold down sometimes an entire region of the map just on his own with an op. And you'll see that probably later when we get to Inferno. But for the time being, Villanova down to just 1 player now with no health, make that just an empty bomb site and a bomb down. So close to their objective, but so far Villanova down 7-12. This is where things start to get a little dicey. They're able to buy here, but as you get into that 12th round, you don't have the luxury of being able to say, okay, we're willing to take a loss here to build up our bank a little bit to kind of reset. But Villanova also haven't taken a timeout yet. So I think there probably would have been an opportunity earlier to do that, but there's no time like the present. So if they end up in a bad situation here, I think you call a timeout. You really think what the next 4 or 5 rounds are going to look like potentially, and try to game that out the best you can for a favorable outcome.
That being said, Villanova does have a scoped weapon of their own, internet, on that scout. Decent amount of potential there. I mean, and not to say internet 15-16, he's still doing really well. Shaney also 23-14. Their stats are pretty high, but up against the coordination that Marquette has, it's just really difficult. Individual outplays, as powerful as they are, I mean, they do have a lot of impact, but with both Migs and Alter just getting those really tense plays and doing a great job, it's gonna be hard to play against them. There's a hole in Squeaky, not a kill, but a huge chunk of damage taken out of Remy. It's just very slow right now as both teams are trying to be cautious. Marquette not wanting to peek things out in a unnecessary fashion. They know that Villanova are going to need to plant onto a site, and with 25 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna need to execute. That hole in Squeaky proving invaluable as they smoke. The rat play from Just Rich, traded by Reshiram. He's able to get more than just that. Remv takes out Shaney as well. There's now one player left for Marquette, and they just take him down. You know, you might be a really strong Pokemon, but Reshiram just not able to connect.
A heroic effort there for sure. You can see he has that 2K, could have been a lot more, but not quite enough to just deal with the overwhelming force of Marquette. And that has shown time and time again on the scoreboard here. Marquette in their 13th round. Again, this is an opportunity. Villanova still has time to take a timeout here and think about it a little bit more, but they seem content to just say, all right, run it again. We know what we want to do. Let's just keep trying it, see what we can try to build out to it. See those smokes going towards that secret area, trying to get something for it. So they are trying to make some changes and adaptations, but Marquette's been so good at getting one of those early picks, retiring back to a fallback position, and continuing to just cause damage and chaos. And Kwanye almost gets one out of there, and there's already the rotation coming in from Marquette. Internet is able to answer that aggression. That's Migs down off the board as Villanova starts to make their way towards that lower site. And are they going to be able to catch Ace on the off angle here? Yes, they check the angle. Cheney comes down, clears out the site. That's from Marquette. He opened the door to a surprise, and Reshiram, trying to save his teammate, accidentally causes the outcome that he was trying to prevent. So there are going to be one extra player short, but it does not matter because Villanova have done an excellent job of holding on to this site, although they don't seem to know that Alter has already made his way into that office. So he still has the opportunity to potentially pull something out of it. Alter, I think I saw the shadow maybe through the floor. No, yeah, because Alter's all the way back in spawn. I don't know what I'm saying. But
yeah, he's just waiting there.
Villanova knows what's up. I think they're trying to hunt for it because they know where the op is. They know Alter's got the op, and it would be in their best interest to probably just leave it alone, given that they don't want to mess with the op.
Yeah.
They did have a flash that Tyler could have used there, but it looks like they're content to just let him be. They may come to regret that decision, but the rest of the team over here, Marquette, does not have enough to buy. They will put a rifle on Migs to try to support the op. You do see them buying up into those deagles, which we've seen them do quite a bit of damage with in the past. So certainly not out of this round. They are not giving this up by any means, but they are going to be slightly underpowered from what they would normally hope to be on and expect.
Again, that solo op would be really difficult for Alter to play off of. So having Migs, another really impactful player, going on to that rifle, the M4s are really strong. I mean, you can do a lot of damage with it. You can have at least some recourse. Spamming through the smoke, they find nothing as they're slowly making their way onto B site.
Notably, Villanova comes down. They take complete control of ramp room with only one kill. So that's going to mean a much more difficult time dealing with this post plant situation because Marquette can come from so many directions and they didn't have anybody covering the door. Somehow, I don't know how Tyler didn't die there.
Yeah, that's
I know that he was up against the MP9, but still, that's should have been a very easy kill, but that just simple mistake is probably going to seal the round for Villanova. You can see as the clock starts to tick off, there isn't a lot of movement for Marquette. They're just playing for those exits. So Villanova could still have an expensive end to the round here, but it does look they are going to get their 9th round. They're going to close that gap ever so slightly for Marquette, but they still have a long way to go and a lot of work to do.
And I mean, it's up against Marquette, who's really close, 2 off of match point. It's well, they did get enough rounds in that first half to make it even. So they're not out of it yet, and we saw them come back from a deficit and slowly start building their momentum. You can start getting that snowball and pushing your opponents away and just combating them as much as possible. Marquette, I mean, they're trading all their resources. They're divvying up the utility. Marquette, again, they're not going to be able to buy right now. They're still on that deagle and single op, single rifle lifestyle they saved from last round.
It worked to a degree, I guess. I mean, they were able to get a little bit of value on it. More importantly, they were able to save it over. So they gave up the round, but they've got rounds to spare around. So it's definitely more important to hold on to the rifles there and to make sure that they have a better foundation to make their stand when they choose to do so. But again, they're not giving up any of these rounds at all. They're still buying into it with some of these pistols, and this time less so. But we've seen what Migs can do, so maybe they don't need that. And you can see Migs already going to work there, causing a distraction, and allows Alter to find Kwanye. So that's 2 players from the Villanova team down. The internet is able to find Just Rich, but not the important player is Alter. Just an absolute madman with that op, like I mentioned earlier. Just absolutely destroys the players that they try to get out of HUD, and that's all they needed. So we spent a lot of time talking about the strategic investment, but ultimately it didn't matter because between Migs and Alter on those 2 ops, 2 super hot players right now, they were able to close it out without any extra help.
Op and a rifle, I guess that's all you need is when you have 2 of the most impactful players in the game on their preferred weapon of choice to close out the round. They can do a decent amount of damage. That being said, they're at the threat of match point. Marquette just got 1. The trade goes out, so not a huge snowball, not a huge lead for them. They're gonna be pushing through secret. The molly goes out a touch too late, but look at where Migs is. He's able to get 2, not the 3. The trade goes out, but it's still 3 players versus 2, 1 up for Marquette. And again, the threat of match point is looming. Can Marquette keep their victory on Nuke, keep their clean streak on it? Will Villanova be able to get this bomb off? 1 HP, a singular life point left, a hit point in this game before you go out, and then internet is going to be left all alone up against 3 players almost at full HP. Ace being the only one not fully up there, all of them with defuse kits. So they have the time.
That he survived that grenade.
1 HP in a dream. That's why it's called a dream, because you really have to hope, you really have to pray. He's got 1 more. Internet goes down. Pros don't fake in the art of being a nuisance. This is exactly what we love to see. 10 rounds, 4. He dies to the bomb. Everyone is wiped. Villanova isn't out of it. The threat is still there for Marquette to get 2 match points, but Villanova, they're closing the gap. The mountain is not going to be that hard to climb.
I imagine just 1 HP being the difference between a win and a loss there. That's what we would affectionately refer to as being CSGO'd. You don't expect that to happen, but that it is what it is. You only need 1 HP to make the impact, and Cheney played that beautifully from the squeaky door position onto that B site, and it just I don't think he could have played that any better. And Marquette just had a run of bad luck trying to make that work. So Villanova comes into this, 10th round, not the margin for error continues to shrink. Migs playing from that mini position, it does a ton of damage, but not enough to get the kill. Villanova starts to flood out onto the site. The mollies go down. Alter looking at his own teammate, thinking, I could just take the shot. No, who's going to stop me? Who would know? But Villanova smokes mollies all over, full control of the site. The bomb is going to go down. They're well positioned with all 5 players to potentially hold onto this. All they need to do is survive for that 40 seconds before the bomb finishes off. Ace is going to find Kwanye. Somebody's trying to finish off Internet, who's just had way too much time with only 4 HP. And it's like a kill box. Everything is just trading back and forth, leaving just Alter with 4 HP. And Alter is going to think better of the situation and say, you know what, they can have this round. Let them go, and doesn't get away fast enough. So
the internet will always find you, I guess. They took up an op for themselves. I just looked at the stats just because I want to delve into it a little bit more. The closest time anyone has ever been to evening things out on Nuke for Marquette, I believe, was 1917 for against Connecticut. So Connecticut was the closest in overtime to get Marquette down. Oh my god. Oh, okay, no analysis. I don't need to analyze. I don't need to go into it. Villanova is looking to be the second team to stand up to nuke Marquette, the combination that we've been talking about for the majority of this map. What the?
That went as cleanly as it could for Villanova, right? I mean, they managed to keep everybody standing up. They've closed the gap to the closest they've been since the first half. So this is a really big moment for Villanova. They just find Remy before Just Rich and Alter with immediate trades. This is just like some of those earlier rounds where through whatever dark magic Marquette possesses are just getting instant kills within that literal second of one another. Here's no exception. They did not take down the bomb, but they did find 2 players from the Villanova side. So Migs playing conservatively from this B bomb site, just trying to find any way to head off the aggression from Villanova, while the upper site is on lockdown from 2 out of the 4 players. So everybody, I mean, neither side is in a real bad position here. Migs playing from behind the tower here is probably going to catch Villanova off guard. I don't think they're expecting that particular angle, so he's going to find the first one. He's going to go for the second, just playing smartly around that round before he finally goes down to Kwanye. Kwanye pushes through the doors, trying to find anybody that's cutting on that rotation. He finds the first. Doesn't know that there's a second. So Ace is able to find his way in there, but they have brought this to a 2v2. One of those players, unfortunately for them, is Just Rich, and they run in at the wrong time. Restroom goes down to Ace, leaving just Kwanye on the site. He's playing from office, so he's got a good angle to see where everybody's coming from, but he doesn't expect Just Rich on the flank, and Marquette manages to claw back the round that looked a little out of pocket there for a minute.
And that is going to be match point. I always say match point, but I think the more correct thing is this is match point. I don't know. It is the round before they win, 16 to win, and Villanova is going to be on the shorter end of the stick. It's gonna be definitely stressful if I was in their shoes, but we've seen them come back from deficits before. They entered their flow state. They were confident. They were ready. Now, can they keep up their momentum? This goes for both teams. Just utilizing that utility. Redundancy aside, they are taking this slow, methodically. No one wants to peek out. It's just the taps. Alter, he knows where 2 of them are. They know where he is, hiding there on those stairs in secret. Not wanting to push out. Internet gets the first blood, taking down Remy. Marquette can keep their cool. There's another player down. The slow pace of Villanova, the default, is working out for them. they're able to get. Hey, they may have lost some health, but they were able to get 2 off of Marquette. The off angle being played right now for Marquette. They push forward. They're able to
What
find
a flick.
Ace. I agree. It is a clean flick onto that head.
Villanova not refusing to die, but Migs, that's a triple kill very quickly, very cleanly, and suddenly again, 5 players against 2 seems like easy math, but Villanova not able to find them as Migs continues to just rain hell down on these poor Villanova players who have not been able to find him. So the chaos of that entire match just completely unmatched. So Marquette in a very close match comes up 16-12 over Villanova on their map choice. I did not expect that last round to go in that direction, but
Me neither.
I gotta give that crown to Migs, like the clutch king. He's been that way for this whole match. He's definitely a hot and cold
Playmaker.
player at times, but man, huge moment here for the Marquette team, and that's gonna put them back in that running to take another step towards what'll be 3rd place. I think they need a little bit more to get there. I think they need the 2nd win against Villanova, but it's keeping Villanova out of retaking their position over UConn. So a lot at stake with these different rounds, and it's important that they're winning as many as they did because that round differential does come into play. So I don't know. That was an exciting and hype match.
That was interesting to see. Again, like I said earlier, the only team so far that was able to stand up against Marquette on Nuke was Connecticut. Like you said earlier, Connecticut, UConn, they did an amazing job, the Huskies. But that being said, Marquette continues their reign, their supremacy on Nuke. No, looking from this split and from the previous one, no one has been able to beat them on that map, making it a staple choice and an obvious one for them in the future. I would love to see them go up against one of our top teams like DePaul, for example, to see how they play out on Nuke, right? That would be a very interesting matchup as well. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Migs.
Doing real good. Well, I think that's a great place to take our break.
Wow.
So
I'm looking at the stats right now. I'm like, that is crazy. You did so much impact. Same thing with Alter. It's just nutty to see.
It is. And I can't wait to see more of that. We are going to take a quick break before we come back and see these 2 powerhouse teams face off on Inferno, a match that we saw earlier, and one of Marquette's favorite matches, but the same can be said about Villanova. So we're going to see a great map. I expect it to be just as close, if not closer. We may even see our first 1-1 of the split. Either way, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. After a pretty close game one of Marquette versus Villanova, where Marquette ultimately took victory on their map choice of Nuke, we are making our way over to Inferno. Villanova chose this map, so Marquette will start on the T side, as is tradition here. And we're going to see if Villanova has the opportunity to do what Marquette did and start out on the right foot. I'm Viking here with Nerds Corners, and we're excited to get back into the action.
We saw Inferno a little bit earlier today, and it was a very interesting, rather say one-sided affair. But this is a new map with new teams. We just saw them on Nuke. doing that was a crazy round, a crazy map with the teams going head to head on pretty even footing. Taylor trying to go for the cheeky picks in the back. There are only 2 players left for Marquette, Migs and Alter. Migs, the impactful plays, he slows the bomb down. He goes down himself. 2 HP in a dream. On this opening round, the plant is going off. Oh, plant misclick.
It's a little bit of a hold. Just want to make sure you got the right placement down, you know.
But yeah, it always has to be perfect, or else it doesn't. You know, the trajectory of the explosion. You know, the balancing isn't the same. But Alter, 2 HP. He's gonna try and make something out of it. It is the first round, so going down is not the worst case, but giving away the money to Internet and Tubby Muffins is gonna be difficult. Tubby Muffins? Wait.
Tubby Muffin sub
Tubby
for
Muffin.
Villanova coming in. One of the clutch players that we've seen across there. Tubby's he's got a place on this team. He's doing some great things out there. And you see Villanova making their statement on the T side is really important. They're able to come back into this. They bought rifles. They are trying to really push that idea of get as many rounds, don't take any chances, don't play games, just do it. Marquette is setting up on the B site here. You can see them all sitting there, and it is going to net them 1 kill from the back of Dark. And Villanova, aware of the fact that there are these people there, and Tyler is going to just keep that crosshair pushed up, and is going to find one before falling to Alter. So Reshiram, Cheney, and Internet all rushing towards that A site just to get the bomb down. Marquette's going to be content for the moment to pick up that Galil and see what else they can salvage from that as they slowly make their way through mid, expecting that one of those Villanova players are there to lurk. But Villanova just setting up for post plan again, taking no chances.
Big fight right there on Banana, and then they were pushed out relatively quickly. And smart from Villanova, they just realized, okay, we are not winning this here. We got to dip out. And so they just rotated really decisively. That swift play, that action to be like, hey, we need to dip. We need to leave this. It is not safe here. And the confidence to do so displayed by them. Mick was able to get one. Hey, it's going to make it costly for them. And I thought Cheney was going to go down there because it was really close, but it's Reshiram who falls.
Yeah, you can see Villanova in those first 2 rounds have been pretty careful about where they plant the bomb. A little bit, not knowing where anybody's going to be, but because of the increased blast radius from the last patch update to that element of the game, it's now much easier to die to the bomb on Inferno. So what used to be very easy for the entire team to just sit back in that pit position and survive to the end, which means that it was much harder to encourage some of those like riskier last second plays, is now not really an option unless you're really ready to go all in on it. So Villanova is able to take advantage of that. They're up 2 rounds, but now Marquette finds themselves with rifles, and they're playing a more common setup. You can see them playing a little bit up on the B site, trying to pull out whatever they can. And Just Rich able to find the 2K before getting traded out by Tyler. So that's going to open up the B site for the Villanova team. Nobody there to stop them. So they're going to cautiously make their way into it, but get that bomb down. And it's just, once again, the bomb's down, and it's down to their site defense. The Marquette team all coming from CT means they've only got one angle of attack, really. But they do have Migs, the clutch king that we talked about from the previous match here, and a lot of damage. But that utility is just going to continue to make it an annoyance, if nothing else, for the Marquette team, as they try to make their way through Church into something towards the end of this round.
The smokes and the utility go down. They're holding the site. The spam goes out, the pre-fire to hopefully find them. And it's Taylor who gets the last 2 through the smoke. Alter falls. Villanova starting to take an early round lead.
And what a round from Tyler there. Yeah. I mean, that was a 4K. That was huge to get those 2 refrags at the top of Banana. And now coming in to the post plan there, that's where things can get really scary, right? There's a lot of potential scary moments, and that can be just
Speed is scary.
As I'm saying, I was just watching Restroom take down Migs, but this aggression up into mid sometimes creates really uncomfortable positions. But Villanova is able to weather that incredibly well.
And they pick up another round for themselves. They're going to keep the ball rolling. The utility on point, the weaponry stacked, the economy on a roll. Taylor at 8K. They will not need to be worried about the money for a while, even if they lose a round. The fight going off in Banana. They have to push away. I feel like this angle this area gets contested so much by both teams. Smoke going down to stop the molly.
It is, and you can see that utility was maybe a little over aggressive there because they've not chosen to aggress on that at all. You can see that smoke coming down at the bottom of Banana is really going to block all of that off, which is going to give Marquette a lot more confidence in dedicating more resources towards that A site. You can see Remy playing back from site, doing a little bit of an extra utility there to help out Alter looking down Banana. But this is trapping Villanova at the top of mid, because now if they go back to it, they're going to have to face that op, or they're going to have to go forward. And with continued utility coming down from Marquette, that's given enough time for Remy to decide. I expect, because we don't see them anywhere else, they're coming over to A, and that's just going to continue to make it harder and harder for Villanova to take this site.
I mean, that push through apartments just being met with aggression right off the bat makes it's going to be difficult, because they're all going to be pushing from short. Thankfully, they have the utility to cover most of their angles. Oh, but they spray him down. 2 players up for Marquette. They're looking to win this round so they could start their roll. And the time is ticking. There's only 15 seconds left. So is Cheney, being the only one left alive. He needs to make it push forward so he has enough time to plant, but not checking pit. Marquette is going to take that first round and an op, a prize for themselves. Now it's just going to come down to their buy. Marquette is going to have not only most of their rifles kept from last round, but they're going to hopefully have some of the renewed confidence. That being said, Villanova, they have the utility and the income to spend how much ever money they want. As we're going to see again, Remy takes out Reshiram so quickly there on Banana. And now it's again another fight on apartments and balcony.
So important for Marquette to continue to build off of the momentum of just winning that first round. Huge important element to make that happen. And they're so far making the most out of it. Villanova is starting to fall into the trap that Marquette wants them to fall into. That being that Marquette really likes to find like a solid foundation where they have a couple rounds or they're getting a couple kills or whatever, and forcing teams to just basically sit in mid or alt mid and be really unsure about where they want to go, or by shutting down their initial execution, forcing them into this funnel. Then Marquette builds off of that. They start to get more and more aggressive and start to push down into mid. And then suddenly a team like Villanova, who started off very strong, being very certain about where they were going, suddenly have to play defense before they can set anything up. And that's exactly what I expect to be happening here. Remy able to find the first before Tubby Muffin finds him through the flame. That was a great sub from Villanova to get some of those mechanics in there. Just Rich playing through the smoke is going to know exactly where they are. He finds the first one, just able to connect with Tubby Muffin, and you don't expect them to push through the smoke. That's quite something.
But the skill displayed there from Remy, the masterful play back there is like, hey, I am comfortable waiting here and then pushing when I need to. Remy's like, hey, you know, you were talking about Migs and Alter this entire time. I'm also here to play, and I'm also here to make some of those playmaking moves, right? To push onto site. Internet's just rushing. They're just blasting past Banana onto site, trying to clear all the angles, but they can't clear Just Rich, who's playing on site and spamming them down, peeking from coffins. Oh, the trade goes out. The Tech 9, so powerful.
Yeah. Doing the best with what you got, right, is really all that they had an option for. And while they do find Just Rich isn't really that much benefit or value out of that attempt. But I like the way that they're breaking it up. I talked about how they were starting to get stuck, and the best way to do that is just push as hard as you
Ooh.
possibly can and try to put Marquette off their game, because if they can't set up, they can't get settled. That obviously, puts them on their back foot from the beginning. And this is exactly what I would want them to do. I like that they're taking an early timeout here. They're talking about, they've lost 3 in a row now. How are you going to answer that? And how are you going to continue to ensure that you keep the lead? Because if they can maintain a T side lead, that's going to make their CT side a lot easier, and there's a lot less pressure. So if Marquette finds some success in the early rounds, it's not good, but it's not as big of a deal as we've seen in some of the previous maps, where if you're down 11-4, it's very difficult to make anything out of that. But the way these two teams are playing, I think we're probably looking at, another 8-7.5, something along those lines.
That would not be a surprise. It's just who's going to get the 8, who's going to get the 7. And I like this timeout. I think that having the time to rethink your strategy up against a really dominant team coming from a very hard fought battle over on Nuke, it's going to give them some time to rethink their strategy. We're not too far into the game for them to be losing their cool. Also, just resetting that mental as well. It's very nice.
Super important.
You get into a flow state, you get into that state of mind of you winning consistently, and then you break it because Marquette is just able to just, later in the game kind of do something interesting and change up their strategy in a minor way, and boom, you're out of it. You have to rethink and relearn, get that pathway in your brain to lock in and get into that state of mind so you can win and push forward. And now that the timeout is running out, my inspirational speech is gonna end, but we'll see if Villanova can really push out against them. The solution to Marquette's aggression, the solution to Marquette's patience.
I'm really interested to see what they decided to do through that timeout. Again, we talked about the slower approach getting stuck, the faster approach. They ran into some issues as they went for that default. You can see them starting to take more control, but the nades raining down on them is going to do a little bit of damage to Tubby Muffin, but nothing to really worry that much about. More importantly, Marquette didn't have 2 mollies to go, and they're saving them for the later elements of that. You can see Remy using one of them there. They still have another one that they'll be able to use in the future if they start to feel that aggression. And that's one of the things that Marquette's doing really well. They're conserving their utility, they're forcing space, and they're not giving Villanova really any room to maneuver. And they're also playing conservatively enough that Villanova is not getting a lot of information. They're not getting any of those early picks that might set them up for something to happen. But as I say that, Tubby gets a little bit a piece of Remy there, not enough to really say much about beyond that. But it is giving Villanova just a little bit of information, knowing like, okay, there's somebody here. We've done some damage. And as you can see, they're starting to set up. And very commonly, like, you leave a lurker over an A just to see if you can get some of those rotations. And that is the internet that's there just holding on, looking for information. And you can see 2 of those players running very closely together. They have not seen each other playing from Boiler and the top of mid, but somebody is going to make a mistake at one point or another. And that's when things will get very interesting.
Rotating back to Banana to regroup with the team so they can hit it all together. And they're still spread out. Marquette has the discipline for it, but if Villanova is going to do a really fast site take, it's going to be strong. But they were prepared for it, knowing that there's some room there. A little bit of team spray, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's going down. Migs and Just Rich finishing off the internet there near the end. Marquette just wins things out with time. More than anything, Migs is trying to find him, but doesn't die to the molly. I thought he was going to die to the molly and the spray down, but it did not go. It's 4-4. Villanova's timeout. I mean, hey, it might have a lasting effect in these coming rounds. It's just the beginning.
A little bit of a chilling effect, I think, on what they were hoping to. They obviously couldn't find the answer for it, but I don't think it was really a lack of correct decision making. I think Marquette has just been really solid in the way that they've continued to focus on that defense. And you can see that here. There's a little bit of poking and prodding from both teams, enough confidence to try for the repeat, but both teams end up walking away a little bruised and battered, but still in one piece. Tubby able to find Remy. So those 1-for-1 trades are going to give a little bit more freedom, as you can see that Alter is moving all the way back into that CT site. So now it's 2 on each site. Certainly better odds for Villanova, but they're continuing to go back to that B well. They have not really found much success there since we've gotten into this latter half of the 8 rounds that we've been through so far. And the scary part about that's Alter watching that corner, and Alter has an op.
And we know what happens when Alter has an op. Well, in this situation, the flash went out and it succeeded a lot more. Playing on top of box, Just Rich gets taken out by internet. It was a great off angle, but it didn't work out. Migs takes one more out. They're down and sends the molly to make sure that he can push through. But internet's just more confident. He peeks out. It is going to be a tough retake right now, but Marquette still have one player, Ace. Internet, Tyler picking up weaponry. I believe internet has an op as well. It gets caught out by Tyler on site.
I like that result. Villanova found what they needed to do to get onto that site, and turns out it was just a crazy op shot. You remove Alter as a factor from the map. Same thing goes for Migs. I mean, Alter has been limited to just 4 kills, but that's mostly been because they haven't really needed him in the rounds since they've started to find success. Migs and Just Rich have taken on kind of the bulk of that work so far. And it's worked out, obviously, to the degree that they've kept this within 1 round over the last several now. And Villanova, I hope, continues that momentum for their sake. And also, selfishly, I just want that, close 1-to-1 match. But they seem to have addressed, to a degree, the issues that they were trying to contend with. They still obviously have a lot of work to do, and Marquette tends to adapt pretty well, as we've already seen plenty of times. So we'll see where this goes, but I am excited. I very much so.
There we go. Internet takes out Migs and Alter. The 2 top players from the previous rounds are down, and now it's just gonna be how they take the rest of the site. Internet goes down to to Ace. Alter with the support there, getting a couple of ticks of HP off of him. They're sending a decent amount of utility to clear out this Ace site. 2 of them still on B, making sure no one rotates, but with the A site take commencing and the plant going off, they rotate potentially a little too late, or they're just going to be saving. Ooh, and that is going to be 3 players on site for Villanova. It's going to be really difficult to retake for Just Rich and Remy. Yeah, we just get to see some cool skins. Skin showcase. Just waiting.
Everything is coming down to just like such close sides on both of this. Like, obviously, they made the smart decision on the Marquette side here to save. They should. I don't think. Of all the people that I expected to not make it through that round, Tyler was not one of them. Or Tyler was one of them. Didn't expect he was going to survive. So I am impressed by that. But Marquette, smart, brings the 2 rifles forward into this round. It's not going to be a great buy for them, but it is some damage that they'll be able to bring to these. A little bit of armor across the board. Those deagles might be all that they need. You can see that they're pushing hard into mid, and I don't think the Villanova was expecting it, but Tyler is able to get the gun out in time. Finds the 3K, 2K. Tubby.
Yeah,
that can go one of 2 ways. Either they just get smothered and the Marquette plow just destroys them, or they are well enough protected on both sides that they can weather the storm. And that just worked out very well for Villanova in that moment.
1 player left in Remy. I mean, you're going off on an insane journey in that situation. If you try to do the comeback, the 4K, the 4-piece, but it's hard. You really interesting strategy pushing through mid, trying to take that aggression early on, but it just didn't work out for them. The only thing I can think of now is just, I mean, if he can get this 4-piece, but my brain's just thinking of chicken tenders now as he's going under, seeing if he can get it. Trying to, I think, like, honestly, just exit frags more than anything to see if he can find anyone, but it doesn't work out as Villanova is just goofing off, having a fun time as they're celebrating their victory and their 3-round lead. This is where the timeout is paying dividends. This is where we start seeing their strategy really unfold and blossom.
Yeah, huge credit to Villanova for being able to find enough of an answer here to keep the lead. Again, just getting 7 rounds is a big feat on the T side of any map. And playing against Marquette, we've seen obviously they're really effective. They're no slouches whatsoever and do some pretty incredible things. So to stay in this game like this is putting them in a great position going into the CT side. They're still obviously going to have to contend with what will probably be a pretty diverse and aggressive attack from Marquette once they get over to the T side. But the more rounds they build up here, obviously, the easier the time they're going to have. So Villanova's approach to this has been measured, but obviously successful. This round has been a little bit rougher because of some of those earlier picks. They're still running into some unpleasant moments with the op, but they're making the most out of it, and they are certainly not out of this round. They got 50 seconds left. You see them moving into that banana. They're going to favor that B site, and they have had success here, as we've seen in the latter half, since they had a couple, we'll say, stumbles. And so we'll see if they're able to execute on here and find that round win.
Smokes go off to slow them down.
That's so frustrating to be this late in the round and have to contend with smokes from the CTs. Like, where are you getting all this utility from?
They're just saving it. They're keeping it. Internet takes out one. Remy takes out an altar. Takes out Internet.
That's a scary place to be. You can't get away with taking that without smoking off CT. If it's not altar, it's somebody else sitting there, and that's just so dangerous. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, Villanova had the opportunity, I think, to maybe make it into sight and clear everything out and get there. But just, I think it was maybe a smoke where they were trying to just smoke off the front of sight to try to prevent the coffins because they only had one. They make sense, but not everybody from the team got the memo that that's what they needed to do. And as a result of that, you saw feet sticking out, and Alter just sitting there with the op doing so much damage.
Ooh, Taylor going down. Just Rich the trade with Tubby Muffin and Internet. It's now going to be 3-on-3, and Tubby Muffin, Internet, and both Reshiram, all of them, they are on low HP. More specifically, Reshiram and Tubby Muffin, close to 50 each. But the spike, the bomb is going down. A slip of the tongue there. Wrong game. Full HP for Marquette as they're trying to claw their way back. I'm not going to be surprised if like you said, the 7-8, maybe 6-9 split is going to come out here. Internet gets ace. And again, they need to be taking this retake. Marquette, they did an amazing job stopping them, but it's still 2-on-2. Check your angles. Technically through the smoke.
There's a little bit of a gap there too.
Yeah.
Biggs finds him. What?
It's insane. Oh, the tap and the move.
Those are the exact kind of rounds that we expected between these two teams. And it's always incredibly scary when you see Alter decide to play like JW, where he thinks of the op as a rifle and he just walks straight up to people and destroys them. And we saw him pushing through church. He got those opening frags for that retake. And if not for those lurk smokes, which is a brilliant play by Villanova to play around, I think that round probably goes the other direction.
I would not be surprised. I thought your prediction earlier was also rather interesting, that this might be the first 1-1 in the series that we've seen in this split, with the teams going 1-1 on each map.
I
Do you
hope
think so?
so. From a content perspective, I don't know if it's kind of hard to say. I mean, like Counter-Strike is such a momentum-based game that Villanova obviously feeling that right now. Both of these teams have won rounds in batches. It has been like one round to one team and back and forth and back and forth. And as a result of that, it's hard to tell when that swing is going to end. So we see here Villanova once again going back to the B bomb site, able to find the success to get onto the site. Migs somehow staying alive in church there. And more importantly, Alters still at the back with that op. He finds Tubby Muffin in the new box position. The bomb is down, but Villanova down to 3 players. And that Marquette team, super scary with Alter playing with that op. And those 2 Deagles certainly have a lot of impact and a lot of moments for them. But the crossfire perfectly set up is going to give a 2K over to Internet and 1 over to Rushroom. And that's going to be enough to close out the round. So we were expecting a pretty close half. Now it's going to be at best a 9-6 in favor of Villanova. So when Marquette switches over, they're going to have to dig themselves out of a little hole here.
And it's the tactical timeout to give you a reset on your mental and slow down the roll of your enemy team. Marquette starting to lose some of their edge, I would say. They did a really good job playing really methodically, saving their utility and utilizing it only when necessary to slow down their opponents. And now they didn't do that as much. They're having a harder time grasping everything. Ace repositions relatively quickly, and this very interesting play on Banana. Remy through the smoke is able to get one. They spray him down and do a decent amount of damage.
It leaves Villanova in a weird position at this point in the round. They have not a lot of health to attack a fully staffed site on both of those fronts, right? And Migs continuing to play it from that upper porch or from that porch roof position. That's how I want to phrase it. Able to get another kill from all of this. So Villanova, I mean, it's the last round, so they've got to try for something. But with less than 40 health between the 2 of them, and of course there's an LMG to cover off the B site. It's a pretty tall order, but Cheney finding the head of Just Rich is going to give them a little bit of hope, but that is going to trigger the Marquette rotation and all of those teammates flooding towards the site, towards CT. That smoke is disappearing. The mollies come out. The chances of victory continuing to slip away as Marquette slowly closes the noose on that B site, and Alter with the M4 comes to close it out. That's the end of the first half. Villanova on top 9-6 means that Marquette's got a comeback that they have to mount if they want to win, but they won that last round. That's a good opportunity.
It's going to give them a well-deserved confidence boost and a little bit of hopefully some energy and some life for this second half. Now, starting off on T side, they're rushing down that alt mid, second mid path, seeing if they can find some value off on it. Dualies, one of your like you mentioned before, pretty dare I say one of your
Great value.
one of your favorite weapons from the start. Great value. We see Internet on the CT side as well with the dualies. Dualies were my first skin, so I have a special place in my heart for them. I got gifted a 20-cent skin, and I was like, what? What? Their value? There's money? And then I was so happy about it. Happy old lad. Oh, Migs and Alter. This is where they're going to start to show off, picking up the dualies. He gets one, sprays it down. Reshiram quicker to the draw, gets the trade. And now with a bomb down and a player up, they're doing an amazing job here in church and construction. Oh.
Love when these pistol rounds coming down to it. Marquette, I mean, really looking to continue making that statement, right? You get a little bit of a peek. They're like, nah, I'm out. Tyler going to save that armor if he can, but just makes the wrong turn, ends up losing his life. And Marquette continuing that momentum over from the last half with both of those players surviving. Pretty excellent.
Staying alive, keeping your cool, and hopefully some of your utility. Marquette, in winning the opening round, they're buying up. They're going to have not only utility, but also guns to boot. If they win this, it's going to be 8-9, and that's going to be a cheeky play is here as Cheney's going to be hiding up on those those little plants. 8-9. It's one away from making things even. Like you said, dig them out of a hole, but it's not a big hole. It's nothing too crazy, nothing that they can't come out of. They're getting ready to hit this B site. There's a player, I just realized, Alter's way behind. He still needs to make his way all the way through Banana, but now that Cheney's been found out, he's gotten just rich. He needs to reposition.
I am impressed that he got away with that. Tyler picks up that match, which is going to give them the opportunity to get that refrag. So that's now 2 guns down and available for Villanova. They don't have any armor, so there's some limitations to how they might look at that, but they may decide that this is actually worth going for with that 4-3 difference. Alter has the scout, which we've seen him do some pretty sick, nasty things with. So we'll see how this approach goes to it. But you can see Villanova feeling confident enough to make their entrance onto the site. We're going to see if they can make that out. They're coming up to the porch area. Miggs finds the first one before getting traded out by Internet, who looks around to find the second before going down. Tyler on the P250 getting a huge amount of utility on that. All that's left is Alter on the site. He goes down to Cheney, and that's going to be maybe... Does he have a kit? He does not have a kit. I don't know that. I don't think he has that.
Beep,
it's
beep,
going to be real close.
It's going to be really close.
Okay.
Just barely.
That's a hold your breath because you're not sure if it's going to do it. I couldn't hear the music at the end there for the 10-second timer, so I wasn't really sure if they had gotten on it in time.
Cross
but
your fingers.
That's a big statement by Villanova there, right? They were struggling a little bit, lost a couple rounds in a row there, which, you know, like you gotta find your way to make a stand. They win the round, they take the time out here to be very, very certain about what's going on. They've got some choices to make on whether they want to, for example, keep the Galil. Do they think that Marquette's gonna go, you know, towards a full buy situation? Do they have the money to do that since they got the bomb down? We can see, obviously, that Marquette just going for the Deagles. There's a MAC-10 out there. So nothing too fancy, but definitely enough that if they find some of those off angles or find some of those Villanova players just kind of lingering around in mid, that could spell disaster for them.
The timeouts to rethink their strategy and make sure that the momentum does not stagger. I mean, it's interesting that they did a timeout, but 3 rounds up, they have some confidence to have this series be 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, what we're hoping. We've been talking about that for most of the match, right? You know, and it's like Villanova. Yeah, Villanova, like we've seen what they can do in previous matches, previous series, and certainly the first 2 weeks of this split. They've done a lot of damage. They've been a very scary team to play against. There's a reason that they sit in that top 3 position. So Marquette, who again struggled a little bit last week against RET with, you know, subs being a factor and all of that, really trying to make that statement to come back. They have fallen down into that 4th place position. They want to take that back. They want to get into that top 3. They want to be as best position as they can as we look towards the end of the season, which is coming up, you know, relatively soon. So Villanova, you know, just looking to make sure that they know the hierarchy that they're going for and that they can hang with those teams. And then eventually everybody's got to face the final boss, which in this case is DePaul.
I hear the music playing, right? You're about to, when you enter a room, you know, we're all gamers. We've been in that situation. You're confident. You see a save point and you hear the music change and you're like, ooh, all right, let me get some extra healing. Let me get some extra utility. There's about to be some chaos. That being said, they're not out of the arena just yet. Before the main and final boss, they still have to go up against and finish off Marquette. And Marquette still has a lot of opportunity to do the same in retaliation.
Yeah, Marquette far from outside of this. It's only a round differential of 3, so plenty of opportunity to make up for that. And Ace, that's exactly what I was talking about. You find Villanova looking the wrong direction, any of those guns can do some pretty serious damage. Miggs, unfortunately, just catching the corner of the column there. going to make that execution a little bit less clean than they were hoping for. But Marquette still 5 players up against Tyler, who got caught out again in that apartments position, just trying to stay on top of things. Gives them the opening. So Marquette have a lot of map control right now. You can see Villanova's even given up the B site. They're just kind of waiting for teams to execute in one place before they start to make that rotation. You can see that Toby Muffin moving in from that church position is going to try to cut off whatever he can. He gets smoked off, meaning that there isn't much for the team to do there, but Villanova has boosted. Don't get any value out of that before they get spotted. So this is just a lot of chaos.
That chaos is going to work for them. Tummy Muffin sprays down and gets a Remy. It's the worst feeling in the world when you put down a smoke and you try to cross and you just get spammed down and out. That being said, it is, I was going to call it at 11-7. Our favorite convenience store. Get your snacks and popcorn as we're getting ready to go into the next rounds of the future. I mean, you gotta go there because after this we also still have Montana and DePaul, so there's gonna be some more to this show. But I just, you kind of at some point you can kind of call it where it's like it's really difficult for someone to just quickly just make that comeback and take out 4 players.
Yeah, Villanova keeping cool head here, making sure that they don't give up anything unnecessarily, right? They're playing, as I say that, Tyler, once again, I mean, he's been a little over aggressive in these departments. It's given some information, which obviously has some value, but that's 2 rounds in a row that they've lost an early pick, which Villanova have so far been able to come back from. So they haven't suffered from that too much. But in a different round where there's more rifles available or the rest of the team is stacked up there, they're going to get punished for that. And it's ultimately, potentially, probably going to cost them a round.
Oh, that's not good if it costs them a round, especially this late into the game. It is going to be stressful. Cheney takes out Just Rich. Migs looking for the refrag, doesn't get it, unfortunately. And there we have Reshiram with a rifle. They're playing together so masterfully. There's no reason to be going out there alone. You have a, you have a scoped weapon, op, scout, or anything else. If you have that other one, he who shall not be named, but you have another player there with you playing perfectly. You have the fire rate of an M4. You have the kill potential of a scout or an op. Villanova, they're comfortable. They're almost like confident. They've entered a state where they're just not worried about anything. All of their actions feel certain. Marquette's tripping up on small details. Needs to regain their control over the map, regain their control over the situation. And I think I'm surprised that they're defaulting because I didn't think that they would have that. Sometimes teams they'll lose their cool a little bit too often, but they're keeping their composure and deciding to default and find and gather that information before they decide where they're going to push off.
And all that's really left to do in this game is, I mean, you never play not to lose because that's exactly where you start to make some poor decisions. But Villanova so far making the right choices. I mean, they're kind of doing what Marquette did to them on the other side. They're saving their utility. They're keeping it for when they know someone is there, and that's continuing to buy them time and space. And it's forcing Marquette into the situation where they're looking at just 30 seconds left on the clock, and they haven't fully committed to a bomb site yet. We can see Marquette pushing into this A site. There are 3 Villanova players there, 2 of them on site. The flash does get all of the teammates, but doesn't actually do enough damage to keep the Villanova team from seeing what's coming, and they're able to clean that up pretty quickly. So now it's just Rich left on the B site. That was just a clinical round from Villanova, playing so well on site, being able to wait out those flashes and ultimately deliver the damage back to them. That was exactly what they need to do if they're going to continue this momentum forward, and they're going to see that 16th round on their scoreboard.
13. Now, this reminds me of a scoreline that we saw. Not exactly like this, but On a interesting and particular map, Nuke. I remember seeing one of the teams, they were down by a little bit and they were able to clutch things up and get it close. Now, sadly, Villanova was not able to win off on Nuke, and Marquette is still. I think they're slightly further down than what Villanova was at, but I think that there's a lot of potential here. They
Absolutely.
they did show and display a good
you
amount
see
of
them there.
control on this. The refrags, the trades coming out, and they're going in favor of Marquette. I was literally just about to say I can see some of their confidence brewing as they're just going to be rushing on the site here.
Oh
Alter
man,
goes
that's
down.
dangerous when you put that off in Alter's hands, especially because the Marquette team bought armor into that. They bought some rifles, but they were able to pick up better ones as they went through that. And Ace holding the angle finds internet, so it leaves just Tyler with a decision: grab the op, run away. I don't even think he gets the op because Alter took it. Yeah, Cheney was trying to hold that on B site, so that's gone. They've got a little bit of money on Cheney there and internet, so they probably will be able to buy up into this round. Tyler does find an op, so that's good. He's just got to focus on staying alive for the next 10 seconds, which I think he'll do just fine. That's exactly what Marquette needed to do there, and that was really unfortunate timing because you could see that Cheney was scoped in. We could see the X-ray where there's Marquette players jumping around, running through mid, and he literally misses them by just like pixels. Otherwise, he would have known that they were coming really fast into that. They would have backed up and they would have played that probably a little bit differently. But Marquette gets away with a huge aggressive play, makes a huge turn of momentum, and now Marquette, I mean, like they've got to follow it up, obviously, and Villanova was able to buy back into this. So it's not like it's getting any easier, but it is giving them the opportunity to try again. Internet finding Migs trying to play back from the T bridge there. It just goes the opposite direction that they were hoping with for sure. But on the other side, Just Rich finds Tubby Muffin, doesn't expect the second player there. So Reshiram maintains control of the B bomb site, but I don't know if he expects Remy to be back in church. There's no reason for them to suspect a player that's already made it in there. Remy sitting between those two players is going to get some damage down, but it's only a Mac 10. He does find Reshiram Cheney able to trade that out. So once again, the site control remains with the CTs, but Marquette closing off those vectors of approach is going to get the bomb down. Villanova now going to have to play for the retake again.
And their retakes, they did a pretty good job, but at this point, they've set up a really a solid crossfire, and they're going to need to use some of their stored up utility. I think Tyler, he's got those flashes. There is a decent amount of room there. Just how they play this out from a cheeky angle. He peeks out, gets one coffin, hides back again. And Marquette, they're slowly starting not only to regain their confidence, but also regain their momentum. And that's the thing. You give them a couple of rounds and you start seeing the changes in the way that they play and their confidence level. 9-13.
It's I mean, Marquette's doing exactly what they need to shut down Villanova. I mean, both of these teams are finding in any given round the call and response aspects of it, right? Marquette goes down a couple rounds. They're struggling to find a win. They figure out that speed and violence is effectively the way to get around on the board. Villanova comes back. They're able to close that out, keeps everything to a reasonable pace. And now here in this next round, as Villanova is on an eco, they're finding some of that early round success. They're going to try for whatever they can, but Remy susses out that they're coming down banana, but he takes out two before going down himself. That's going to give enough time for Alter to get the bomb down, and the Villanova team is probably going to be content just taking these two AKs and holding on to them. Money is kind of sparse, and I think most importantly, they want to try to build up that war chest, because while they are at round 13, that means they've only got 3 more to close out. There's a really big chance here that if they string together a couple losses, suddenly it's really difficult as Marquette's slowly on their heels, taking round after round, just, one at a time, one foot in front of the other, and, continuing to make this map interesting.
If they're jumping up on top of each other to peek into balcony and apartments and hopefully avoid that explosion. It is now double digits for both teams, 10 and 13 respectively. The 3-round gap back again.
Yeah, Marquette on
Yeah.
that streak is, I mean, that again,
Slowly.
I talked about momentum and we'll talk about it all the time because it really is a big factor in this game.
Big snowball, right?
There's like this subconscious mental component to when you start winning rounds, it just kind of naturally gives you more confidence and more.
It's the flow state. You
Yeah,
enter into
exactly.
this state of mind where you are confident, and every minor detail, you don't overthink it, but you think of it like just perfectly enough to get
Yeah.
every detail. You check every corner that you have this intuition almost like, I know someone's gonna be here, and you do it and you push it, and you can see that confidence being displayed. No first blood just yet, but it's gonna go to Just Rich. The trade right there from Cheney. It's now 4v4 rifles in the hands of everyone. Villanova, they need to win this so they can stop Marquette from closing that gap on them.
They're holding strong so far, but Marquette, obviously, you can see them lining up in that banana position, expecting that we're probably going to see an execution, or at least them starting to make some inroads and just see if there's an opening. But Villanova, with 2 players left, playing pretty conservatively, they're making sure that there's no way for the Marquette team to flank around. We saw what Remy caused in terms of the chaos when he got into church without anybody realizing that he was there. So they're just playing as conservatively as they can. They're going to see these nades start to raid in. You can see the execution and the rotation starting to come through. Remy pushing through. Reshiram not expecting it, but that deep smoke is going to hold back the CT team for now. Internet spraying through the smoke, desperately trying to get some sort of damage down, but the bomb, most importantly, is not down yet. So they only have a couple seconds. They forget to clear out the back, and that's Cheney single-handedly holding down the site for a moment before Remy comes out huge with the clutch. A double headshot is going to spell the 11th round on the board for Marquette. Villanova's lead slipping away round by round.
Yeah, you start to go down the slip and slide, and you go all the way down the hill. It might be fun while you're on top, but once it starts to go and slip away from you, it becomes rather cumbersome, rather unfortunate. And again, Marquette, the utility, the pressure that they push on to Villanova.
Ooh, what a nice flash and peek. Remy playing from those barrels, though, finds that Alter just sitting at, oh my god, Alter just sitting at. They're continuing to just peek into him. They really want to get them off. They finally found the molly there. That's 3 players down and rifles over to Villanova. So suddenly, again, this is an ego situation that now suddenly is winnable. Marquette's going to get that bomb down, but if they decide to go for it, Villanova certainly could. But
there's a lot of potential.
Just as valuable to make the decision to save. It does look like Reshiram is going to just make some quick peeks, see if there's any early picks, because if you can make that a 2v1, it's an easy call. But making the smart decision to back off.
You can't, like, in that situation, it's going to be really difficult. It's just so late into the round to leave things up and allow them to take it and not have to play for that retake, because they were on a save, so they get out of it with 2 weapons, an op and a rifle. But
yeah,
at the end
it's
of
going
the
to be
day,
huge coming into the next round. It is, but
12
to 13, you know, they're just giving it up.
It's about to be, I mean, it's so close to 13-13, and the stress level for Villanova is going to be, okay, I was about to say, it's going to be rising. Maybe calling a timeout or rethinking their strategy in some way would help them. As you can see, they called for a timeout, and I think that's really smart. They're 2 away, 1 to make it match point and 2 to win the game, and yet they're not able to just close it out near the end. Marquette has been consistently being a nuisance in their side, a thorn that they need to take out. But that they're here to stay. Marquette, they themselves are actually only 3 away from winning it out, 2 from match point. So
yeah, the thing about it is, you know, Villanova hasn't really done anything wrong necessarily to lose that. I mean, a lot of it's come down to, as we've seen, literally a 1v1 at the end, a very small mistake by one side or the other that gives the opening to their opponent. to really take advantage of that and ultimately come up with a victory. So this has just been a fantastic, trade for trade kind of thing going on. But Villanova now at 4 unanswered rounds on Marquette have to find whatever that solution is to shut this down now, because once they get to 15, you can, breathe a little easier because that at least, you're going to go to overtime. You're going to get a chance to reset at that point. But their best bet is to win this round and just carry that momentum forward to 16 and close out as soon as they can. Because as we've seen, if they allow Marquette to stay in this, Marquette has found that space. They forced it open and are continuing to take advantage of like every little thing. And the last couple of rounds, everything has just been going in their favor.
I'm thinking of this, like, what could be the best strategy for Marquette here as well, because Villanova is going to be coming into this with some newfound life, some energy. They've been doing a really good job in their defaults and in their site takes. Like, if they know that they're going up against a light buy or even a save, they're just super aggressive right off the bat.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot of utility out of that aggression from both sides on both sides of the map, CT and T. Cheney with a huge molly finds Remy early into the round. That's going to be a good sign for the Villanova squad, as the rest of the Marquette team is aiming for apartments, and that's not going to be enough because while they're trying to waterfall out of it, the crossfire from Rushroom and Tubby going to find 3 out of the remaining 4 kills, and that's going to leave just Migs against 5 people. So a massive miscalculation from Marquette to try to force something through the apartments area is not going to work out to them. I'm certainly not going to count them out because we've seen what Migs is capable of, but boy, is it an incredibly difficult order to think that he's going to get and find 5 kills before the end of this round.
1 minute remaining. The time is ticking, and I mean, Migs, an ace on the line if they can win it out for them. But as you can see, Villanova, that timeout really worked out for them. Now at the threat of closing things out.
That's exactly what Villanova needed to do. They got that 14th round, so they just got to keep their composure for the next 2, get to 16, call it a day. That's a big victory if they can make that, but it feels like it's just the absolute longest possible round for these last couple, because there's just so much pressure and so much on the line for these teams. And we can see that just didn't work out for Marquette. They're trying this time to move the other direction. They have more aggression towards that B site, still playing relatively conservative, but they are pushing and taking more banana control, and that's where we've seen them have success before. So Villanova, hopefully aware of this and able to continue to just kind of delay and cause whatever grievances they can. But Alter finding a restroom under the porch there is going to give them a little bit of a redirect opportunity to go maybe towards that 8th site. There are only 2 players left there, so as this round develops, Marquette has that decision to make.
I mean, they've been able to climb up so far, so Marquette, I would not be surprised if they could do it. The default is spread out. Banana, people in apartments, as well as the second mid. They might not have as much utility, but they do have the rifles in hand, as they're just poking and prodding for information on both sites to see if we can get anywhere. Oh, the fight goes off. Yes, the pixel peaks, but it's going to be a crossfire setup with Cheney as well. He's able to get Alter through the wall. That's 1 player down. Villanova, again, they're hiding on the potted plants. They peek together, but it doesn't work out. Pushing his way through Church. He's going to reposition. Just Rich falling. They need to slow down the plants. They're spamming through the smoke on both sides. No one gets anything. 3 players left for Marquette. Villanova has 4. They have the numbers advantage. They have the players. Now, can they succeed? There's the op shot to see if they can find someone. 2 players left. Ace has fallen. Migs, Remy, if there's any time for you to clutch it out, to be the top player, the starts now. He gets 1, spams through the box, gets another, gets a 3rd. Is he going to get the 4th? It's not. It's all up to Remy. but it doesn't even have enough time. Pros don't fake. He peeks out. Cheney ends things off. Does he have time? You hold your breath.
Holy,
He does.
holy! I can't say that word on stream, but good gracious. Biggs almost
It's
single-handedly brings that
intense.
round back with the triple kill. We have seen the Clutch King, as we deemed him from that first round, go quiet for much of the second half here so far, but he comes back in one of the biggest ways possible, and literally a fraction of a second separates them from that round victory. So now Villanova is on match point. They have to stave this off for literally just another 2 minutes, and if they can do that, they're going to come away with a 1-1, and it's going to be a victory, and that's going to be hugely important in the standings. As we saw, we already know what kind of impact that has on UConn, but Cheney fighting Remy. I don't think he knew that the rest of the team is coming through at the arch side there. He is going to get trapped on site now, so he's just going to hold this box and hope that his team can bring up an internet and restroom coming up huge for that, leaving just Rich and Alter. This is looking as good as it possibly could for Villanova at this point, continuing to get those trades, and Reshiram closes it out. That's going to be a map victory for Villanova, making this a 1-1 series.
1-1 series. 12-60. Yeah, like
That's
okay, we can breathe. We can breathe now. We can breathe. We can breathe. Oh, what an intense game near the end. That 15th and final round for Villanova. Well, sorry, not the final. It almost felt like the final round with the level of hype, the back and forth. It was a really impactful round. It meant so much. That being said, Marquette did an amazing job on Nuke. They got themselves, I mean, a map that they play so well and that no one else in our league can really compete against them, and they maintained that record. On Inferno, they sadly couldn't, I mean, they fell, but they did take 12 rounds off of Villanova. That is no easy feat against a powerhouse team like that.
Yeah.
So both of them played so well. That's just wow.
Yeah, you love to see it, and some of the great Counter-Strike. We knew it was going to be a close match, probably the match of the night, and we're very excited about that. But we are behind schedule, so we are going to skip our interview today. Unfortunately, we'll get some of these folks on stream next week, I'm sure. When we come back, we will see Montana taking on DePaul, and we are going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to match 3 of EGFC Season 4, Week 11. I'm Viking here with Nerds Corners, and we are excited to see the third match get kicked off pretty quickly. We're just starting into the knife round. We're going to see newcomers to the scene this split: the University of Montana, the Grizz against the powerhouse, the dominant, the final boss, the DePaul University Blue Demons. And boy, have they earned that title. They have so far maintained that first position, I believe, since week 1 of the fall split, and they have not given it up since. They have dropped one map the entirety of this season, going all the way back to October, and they continue to be one scary squad. So the newcomers in Montana have quite a bit of work laid out for them, and we're going to see if they're up to the task. They're going to start off on the CT side. This is DePaul's map pick, so they do get a little bit of a boost there. And we're going to see what they can do with it. Or excuse me, Montana is on the T side.
So they have a decent amount of leverage here. That being said, 3-3. Ooh, if down by a decent amount, so is Breezy. Canary being the... Another person named Canary. I wonder if that is another fun name swap. Being the only one at full health. They're just trying to run back. Fuzzy Squid is getting taken out from the back, and the first round goes to the University of Montana as they start things off strong.
The DePaul side. Sorry, we've got our labels switched at the moment. Montana on the attacking side currently, as we just got that switched up. So Montana putting up a decent fight in the first, getting 3 out of the 5 players off that side. And DePaul University looking to continue their dominant streak, wasting no time in the aggression there. You can see that Chris has already pushed all the way up into that A ramp area, and they're just trying for any information they can get, just to close this out as quickly as they can, get this round over. You can see them pushing through, not giving any respect to the eco round, as sometimes you can get some really good value out of that. So University of Montana down to just the Duck, who does not have the bomb, but is going to try to do something, isn't able to do so. Chris ends up closing it out. So Montana is going to look forward to their first buy round should they decide to do so. And it looks like that is, of course, going to be the choice that they make. So now that we've got the pleasantries out of the way, we're going to get down to business and see how the Montana team does in their first round. Buy round.
The first buy round of the game for them. There's a lot of high hopes, but against the powerhouses, it's gonna be interesting. Dare I say, funky, as the palace position gets pushed by Chris. Doesn't get too much value out of it, but he knows that there is at least one player there. Not all of them are pushing out through main. They know where each other. Oh, he finds one. The trigger discipline to wait it out, but there is the trade. Chris goes down.
Breezy already on the flank, gets the double kill. They were not expecting that at all. And Montana is learning very quickly why DePaul is at the top of these standings. They do have the opportunity here to adapt quickly, and that's what we're going to look to see from the Grizz. We want to see the fact that they should be aware that DePaul is not going to let up on that. There is absolutely no world in which DePaul likes to slow down of their own account. They will continue to do this until they get stopped. So Montana has to be prepared to take that defensive position. As soon as they get a little bit of weaponry, this is just going to be kind of a get whatever value you can out of the phenomenal buy that they have. But you can see even in this round, DePaul pushing up mid, they're pushing through a main, they're getting as much information as they can and just trying to close this out decisively. And that's exactly what they're doing. So Montana, as they come into their second buy round, are going to have to be prepared for that aggression. It may be their best interest to just kind of give up mid and focus on going through underpass, trying to, follow through on those, more traditional executes on the A or B site. It's really up to them how they want to approach it, but they are going to have to be prepared for those different pushes coming basically from all sides. On the other hand, if they find a couple of the aggressions coming through, that may also give them the opportunity to pull the trigger on another site, get in, get a bomb down, and worry about a post plan as opposed to the initial attacks of the site.
Ooh.
That spray through kitchen.
They're just stuck there. I was going to say, they're just kind of stuck there as DePaul is swarming around them almost, as if they're just encapsulating Montana and getting them stuck in that area. It's gonna be, dare I say, detrimental, as someone is already pushing up on the flank. Thankfully, they're able to find it. Trade in numbers. Breezy going down. They're still spamming through the kitchen as they need to push through into. They need to push through jail. See if they can find anyone through that area. He gets one. There's 2 players left. Texas Toast and Frank. The bomb is compromised. Yeah, they're gonna try and push. He manages to get it, and he goes out. It's the Duck who goes down. That's such an interesting play. Texas Toast and Frank pulling some heroics off, but as the smoke dissipates, Texas Toast falls. Oh, it's Chris, Canary, and Yif. They're just gonna be they're just sitting pretty next to the bomb. There's no reason to be worried about Frank. He's gonna most likely save and look for exit frags, so you're comfortable if you're DePaul.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get away with the bomb, although they did get it all the way back to kitchen. It wasn't enough to be picked up by him. So a missed shot is going to give him a second lease on life potentially, and if he can walk away with a couple extra kills, that's going to feel better as a consolation. But at this point, he's just trying to survive with that rifle into round number 6. And that round went a lot better than it could have. I think that, as you mentioned, like DePaul is
Definitely.
starting to swarm around, and there was definitely the potential for them to just get completely ensnared by DePaul, but they were able to fight their way out of it. And that's exactly what I was talking about before. If DePaul continues with just kind of this like blind rage aggression, which, until they get stopped, that's exactly what they can get away with doing, then DePaul or Montana, excuse me, still has to find a way to find a more consistent stop for that. And coming out onto the site, they are able to trade 2 for 2. That's Yif, the sub on the DePaul team for the day. But Canary player coming through, getting that quick refrag is going to continue DePaul's supremacy in terms of the numbers. But that aggression, just like we talked about before, is going to give them the opportunity to get on site. But they make the mistake of peeking out on Cat and Chris, one of those super dangerous operators right next to Alter in terms of the best in the league, finds that free kill. And now there's 3 players against Fuzzy Squid, who's got to do his best to just stay alive and pull down whatever he can. But Chris, absolutely bloodthirsty, comes through, finds the follow-up to his previous op kills, 2K on the round, and that's going to give them the opportunity to do more and more damage, putting more and more rounds on the board.
6 rounds up. Not only is their momentum, their economy and mental skyrocketing. In this situation, this is where like the true masters come, where you really can dig deep for the University of Montana against such a powerhouse team. It's tough. It's difficult, but if anyone can do it, we'll see if it's them. Fuzzy Squid.
Love that.
Opening things up for them. Hey, there's a possibility there. Chris taking out Frank in the underpass area. Mid is still a contested place. And they've pushed up so far onto that A site for CT. It's going to be really difficult for them to get onto that site. 3 players left for Montana. There is a really powerful set of weaponry for DePaul as well, as they're just confident. Perfect peak, the timing. Almost as if they just know, they smell it, they can tell. One goes down, but there's the trade, the instant refrag. You could tell this DePaul is just a well-oiled machine, and Fuzzy Squid needs to play back, hopefully saving that op. But they're on the hunt. I mean, they call DePaul, what is it, the Blue Demons for a reason.
Just Fuzzy Squid, I mean, he had that really great opening kill onto Breezy that really opened up a lot of possibilities, but DePaul is such a smothering presence, and they just play everywhere. It's really frustrating.
Really
I
is.
mean, like, you can feel from like any perspective.
Smothering's the right
Someone's
word.
been through that, yeah. But everybody's had that experience in some matchmaking, right? You play a team, they just it's clicking on all cylinders. They have the ability to just like be seemingly everywhere all the time, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. Fuzzy Squid just misses that and almost loses it, but DePaul very wisely choosing not to take the second. It would have been very interesting to see how Fuzzy Squid versus Chris actually played out, but unfortunately that battle is going to have to wait for another day, as DePaul puts up their 7th round. Montana yet to put themselves up on the scoreboard, but they're not completely out of it by any means. They have found in different modes or different moments, excuse me, just being able to take advantage of the aggression from DePaul when they're over aggressive, when they're pushing out into these different places. It's just giving them more of an opening. Unfortunately, the dry peeking mid is going to just continue to produce those same results when they didn't really have much to answer for it. The duck over there on the scout with the rest of the team out there with pistols, just trying to do whatever they can. Texas Toast finds Breezy again. All right.
He's been doing good. Texas Toast is, I think this is the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen Texas Toast do a couple of plays. It's hard to make plays against DePaul, so props there, as Canary puts a stop to it. As soon as it's said, it is taken away, and they're just pre-firing on all angles, on all peaks, making sure no one's rotating. But I think University of Montana is just deciding and debating on where to go, ever so slowly, ever so gently. Oh, they're being hunted currently. Can both Canary and their teammate is right there, but I think it's Canary who is going to get everyone, take them all down.
And I'll point out that Canary is sacked from the DePaul team, not a new
Sacked.
player onto it. Unfortunately, you spend some time in solo queue on bases and get a little over anxious. You'll get yourself,
You know,
auto filtered.
Canary.
Canary is sacked. We'll get that cleared up in just a moment. But for the time being, we can all remember it. And again, that aggression almost spells defeat for Chris, but he's able to slip around after getting his first kill to answer to Fuzzy Squid, who had just been trying to attack with a MAC-10. And once again, Montana is just on their back foot as DePaul continues to put that pressure up into mid. You can see across the map, Texas Toast is able to find YIF, and just a little bit of patience gives a free kill over to the Duck. That's going to leave themselves in a 2v2 Sack and Def versus Texas Toast and the Duck. We've talked about how Texas Toast have found some pretty good kills. They're in a position where they probably won't know this, but the A site is completely open right now. You can see that, and how Def is just rushing back to the site knowing that it's open and they have to figure out something. But right now, Montana's focused on those kills. The Duck finds Sack. That's going to leave them in a 2v1, and they picked the wrong bomb site. Def is with the op, but they find him. All they have to do is kill him, and it's Texas Toast coming in clutch for Montana.
Dude,
that's the first round on
the Duck was at 5 HP, and there was some some stray bullets go every day. They love to have a mind of their own, and it's a misinput always, but I was about to say the Duck almost died to Texas Toast there.
I mean, whatever it takes to get the W, you gotta make sacrifices.
Sacrifices must be made in every game, including chess. Speaking of sacrifices, Fuzzy Squid is the next victim of DePaul, as they're just capable of taking them down. YIF, fully flashed, was able to grab the Duck. I mean, their time has come in one way or another, playing off on Bus. He's just able to spray everyone down in kitchen, and the bomb is down. It's in a compromised position as they have visual on it, but
yeah, unfortunately, kind of taking the wind out of the sails of Montana just a little bit. But again, they're going to continue to push into all these directions. So if Frank or Pickle are able to continue to just take these one-on-one fights, because DePaul seems determined to prove themselves, I guess, in these 1v1 situations, they've got the opportunity. There are, however, 2 ops on the side of DePaul in very capable hands. Def is a secondary offer to Chris. Typically, they've given it over to Breezy for the spawn. So this is just an opportunity for them to continue building the momentum that they already have. I mean, 8-round differential, really hard to come back from, but Montana not out of it. Again, I think they're starting to get the hang of the fact that DePaul is just so aggressive constantly. It's not like a round-to-round thing. They just go as hard as they can, foot on the gas constantly to see what happens. And until you can really shut that down, that's just going to be what you have to deal with. I think Frank missed someone under scaffolding, but I think that we got the refrag. But Chris, playing from that A ramp position, finds a 2K before anybody even realizes where he is. Make that a third, almost a fourth, before Pickle put an ends to it. And it's just Breezy left with that M4, and that's going to be all she wrote. Montana able to put their second round on the board. DePaul with the aggression.
Hey.
Again, high risk, high reward. A lot of opportunities for them to take advantage of those few moments.
They're not out of it just yet. Montana, they still have a decent amount. They've got, it's a little bit difficult because DePaul has built up a consistent bank, so they can always rely on it in a state of emergency, in a state of like, we might need to get some more money over here. They have some potential. That being said, they're not out of it yet. The Deagle just popping the Duck. Dang, that is an unfortunate situation, as Palace is being covered. Smoke's going out to slow him down, and looking at the positioning so far for a B hit, they have someone clearing the majority of they've cleared the underpass, and hopefully understanding that there's people in mid knowing how to play out and against it. But all the players on A site might be for naught as they're pushing on to B, and you can see instantly the rotate is coming off. DePaul, they know, hey, we've seen some aggression onto B. We know that we need to go there and rotate to help our teammate, but it's almost like GIF doesn't even need it. He's able to get the kill on Fuzzy Squid, Texas Toast with retaliation. Are they going to be able to close it out fully,
I don't
though?
think they feel the flank.
Oh, there's a flank there. The bomb is down. One player left. Frank, there's a lot of room for you, but unfortunately, in a 1v4 with an op in hand, you might just want to save it. They're picking up themselves some trophies, getting not only some cool skins, but also those AKs, those rifles. One tap to the head and you're solid, but he's just holding an angle almost
Yeah,
religiously.
I mean, you got to be a little bit of paranoid when it's DePaul. I mean, they took that
Yeah.
eco round and turned it into a shopping spree, and they did an excellent job with that. So you know, it's another round that we kind of expected from DePaul at the end as they started to get that success from Yip, especially. You know, you see how fast that a round can turn, even though it's an eco, and Montana still has to maintain that sort of level of diligence to ensure that you saw if someone's pushing from under, you've got to be prepared for all these different vectors of attack to come towards you, and hopefully be able to shut it down. And they have been winning some of those battles, which is really notable. So I'm positive that they can continue to do this, put a couple more rounds on the board, and really get to a good position overall.
That being said, there's already 2 players down and op in hand, but there's so many people hunting him. He's trying to go for those quick plays, but it's going to be really fast. 3-1, there's still a huge possibility for the Duck to get some crazy outplays here. But a deagle and a dream, but a deagle and a dream is all that is left. I mean, he had some good op plays, but just none of them connected. It was such a risky play to keep going for it, maybe trying to get a collat. We're going back to the Duck, who's hiding away. The geese are trying to find him. I couldn't really think of anything there.
You know, you did your best, and we'll let the peanut gallery decide thumbs up or thumbs down and whether we keep you. But you know, I appreciate that you went for it. Unfortunately, the Duck decides to emerge from his hiding spot, and it was an off angle. I really liked that place. I think there's a lot of kill potential there, but it wasn't enough to save them from that round. So Montana's going to go down 11-2 to DePaul. DePaul continuing with that aggressive game. Still no real answer from Montana yet, but again, there's a lot of opportunities left. There's a lot of rounds left still, so they just have to kind of, I think, find I want to say a rhythm for how they approach the opening rounds. They have to know that DePaul is going to push this mid every time, and they have to have, ideally, you know, Frank just found death there. That's one answer to it. Another is continuing to just use flashes liberally to defend that position, because if you get to a position like Frank is here, finding people as they come in, continuing to give those 1v1s, that's a great way to just continue to build these openings on either site. We've seen that when they get some of those early picks, sites open up, they get to move that move, and in, you know, 2 cases so far, they've been able to win that round. So as we go into the final round of this half, we'll see if Montana is able to put all of the lessons learned over the last 14 rounds into one final stand to get that 3rd round before we switch sides.
It's final stand is the correct phrasing for that, because it has been a crazy was there a Zeus right there for in-depth hands trying to have some meme plays? Doesn't work out, as Texas Toast is also going to fall, and they are pushing onto sites. 3v2 holding Deegs. I think it's double op, is it triple op play coming out from DePaul? The confidence here it's crazy, as he's just playing in the smoke. The Duck is hiding out. He's able to take out Chris, and Breezy is gonna go with the trade. Yif helping with support, as they're just reminding each other of the total HP that they have. Who's gonna win out? It's Breezy who gets the defuse in the final rounds. The last player standing, as we see in absolute chaos. Chris with a 21-6. And S4K, oh man. S4K is both of them. Chris and S4K have just been outplaying and doing such an amazing job outmaneuvering the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think continued to illustrate, or they have not. I'm not playing in the server. DePaul has continued to illustrate just why they're so dominant against teams that have been continuously fighting for that championship. We heard from J-Lu earlier on the UConn team. Like they're coming after DePaul, but even a team that's been as successful as they have still struggle against this. I mentioned earlier, DePaul has literally only dropped one map this entire season, and that was against Marquette. They've been kind of in this, deathlock between the two of them, and that's been really difficult to overcome. And that's no exception for anything here. Frank able to almost get it down, but Sack just goes down to 1 HP, and that's enough to create a problem because it's just one more body, one more angle that they have to contend with. Frank is desperately shooting from Palace, just trying to find something. Time continues to just take off those clocks, and what are you going to be able to do? Sack ends up taking Frank out to close out the round. It's going to be 14th round. That means 2 rounds off from map victory for DePaul. Once we see this coming up, we are going to have the next map be Inferno. So a little bit of a reset, a little bit of an opportunity to test these teams on maps that are familiar to everyone. And it's hard to say exactly how they're going to go, but Sack here as the sub in for DePaul along with Yif have so far shown a lot of impact. I mean, like
a lot of promise.
To build there, yeah. They're doing what they're supposed to do while they're here playing for their fellow players.
Oh my gosh, the absolute confidence and chaos from DePaul. Reminding your teammates of their HP totals and flashing and nading in so many different areas ended up working out in their favor. Breezy, Yif, Chris, Def, just absolute beasts in this game. It's no wonder that these guys are considered, like, we call them the final boss of this game. One more player goes down, and it is just going to be a 3v1. The duck has been spotted out, and that is going to be 15-2, and we are on match point for DePaul. University of Montana, as a caster, it's sometimes hard to even break down and talk about these types of situations because it's just so difficult to play against them. Going for a shotgun. Interesting plays.
So we'll see how it goes. I think Montana they're looking to stay alive for just one more round playing on map point. I think they opted to go for something that was a little bit more conservative. They don't obviously have a ton of weapons here. They're able to find some of those opening kills and go in for what will end up being a counteroffensive from Marquette, which is really tough because they have cemented themselves into kind of a specific vector of attack, which DePaul seems to be pretty aware of. They don't seem to be all that concerned about other places. But Pickle there with the LMG has done a little bit of work for them. Frank goes down, leaving just Pickle and Squid. That's going to be just one left. DePaul is able to close out the map 16-2 in a pretty dominant fashion. A couple moments of sparks from Montana, but not quite enough to topple the giant, the Goliath that is DePaul University. But they're going to get another shot at it. We are going to go to another map in a moment. So stick with us. We'll be right back after a very short break. We're going to see part 2 of DePaul versus the University of Montana. Welcome back, everybody. We are in map 2 of series 3 of EGFC season 4, week 11. I once again and Viking, joined by my co-caster Nerds Corners. DePaul took a convincing map 1 win on Mirage, 16-2 against the newcomers, the University of Montana. University of Montana learning exactly why the final boss, as we've called them, are in the position that they are, but they get another shot at the apple, another bite at the apple, excuse me, coming into this next round. We're going to see Inferno around a map that we have seen now the third time this evening. We'll see if the approach from either of these teams are any different. We've seen how DePaul gets that momentum going. They are incredibly aggressive. They want to oppress their enemy as fast as possible and make it very uncomfortable to try to operate from any position. Montana is going to have the opportunity on the CT side first. DePaul on the attack. Nerds, how are you feeling about this?
I'm sad that we can't hear the bell ring. Regardless, this is the third time we've seen this map, and we've seen multiple teams playing it so well and so interestingly and intricately. The trades already starting off, going relatively quick for DePaul. They're not looking to play around. They're not looking to take things slow. They're looking to continue their lead and dominate. They're hunting for kills. Texas Toast finally takes them out. And see, this is where the aggression might come to bite them.
Oh, you can see the sneak attack on the other side, though. That's Sack, who's gotten to the A site with the bomb, and it's going down. He's got the bomb down on it, and Montana it's had to check to see if they were on the B site. That's just the way DePaul has been playing. It's been very aggressive, creating really uncomfortable situations for any of their opponents, certainly Montana here. So now the Duck and Texas Toast, who have found kills so far, have to come in and try to do that. But now Texas Toast is going to have to do it alone with just 42 HP. He does have a kit, could be worth it. He does still technically have time. But Sack playing from that apartment position is just going to end it quickly. That almost was a great first round from Montana in terms of the statistics. It was definitely great in terms of the battles that they took. And they maintained it. They didn't look like they were out of it at any given point. And again, it came down to just a couple seconds and a single kill being the difference between a victory and a loss for the Grizzlies.
Hey, they're doing an amazing job pushing up against DePaul. And that's a big feat. But even through all that aggression, DePaul pushed so fast onto A site just to onto B site through Banana just to go to A site and maintain it. They took such a advantageous and slightly risky position just to make that happen. And again, we see this. The slaughter goes out. There's one player left for Montana, 2 for DePaul. The AK in Chris's in Breezy's hands.
He's just sitting in the smoke. Oh, he caught just like the back of him there. The smokes are really difficult to get centered correctly because if you stand too far back, that smoke glitch will show almost your entire body. And that obviously is not a great position to be in.
No,
Yif
not
coming
really.
through with the aggression there is such a great use of utility to fight their way in there, get that 3K, just spinning around and around, and nobody really knew what was going on. It's really hard when things happen that fast. But University of Montana, again, I mean, that came down to just a 1v2 and easily could have gone the other direction. So again, giving the Grizzlies a lot of credit here. They're doing the work and they're staying in it the best they can. DePaul continuing their aggressive attack on both sides of the map, definitely keeping Montana on their toes.
And staying on their toes, they must. Clearing most of sight. Chris finds one, picking up a weapon for themselves. The bomb goes down. The time is starting to tick. Sides switch, and now it's up to DePaul to hold it off. Montana on the retake with 2 players left up against the mountain that is DePaul. 1 player left, Fuzzy Squid. An AK and a Dream that he picked up earlier. Now, how is this going to play out?
Surprised that he's sticking around still in library. I mean, I'm sure with a fortunate peak, maybe he gets the double kill, or maybe he tries to go for that last second, but they just run out of time. And unfortunately,
They
that
find him.
curiosity is going to cost them that rifle. Chris makes the diversion, goes over to library, finds them once again. DePaul is going to close out the opening 3 rounds with all of them going in the DePaul Blue Demons' favor.
I
Montana's
mean,
still looking for an answer, and I think they're finally starting to realize just what that aggression means after taking quite a healthy dose of it on Mirage.
it's
And now they just have to
spooky.
find the answer, you know? Yeah.
It's spooky to deal with. Like, how do you go up against a team that is so confidently just going in on every site, taking every fight, and just spraying things down? You can take it slow, methodically with utility and peek and like covering every corner and every angle and try and out strategize them, or you could try and counter with your own aggression. Regardless, whatever Montana decides to do and however they decide to play it, it is going to be important to spam through the smoke, the nades, to hopefully find anyone, to see if they can get a couple of picks early on. And there he is. Frank is right there in the smoke. If is able to find them, sniff them out. He's able to hunt them down. There's a fight and they win out. Duck is able to get a kill. Not bad indeed. Big Pickle takes out SK Def. Trades on Toast. There's 2v3. Now it's 2v2. He's cleared most of it. Oh,
He's going to have to run back into Yif. Just once
Yif
again,
pulls away.
running out of time.
Oh,
Yif
no. Pulls away. Breezy taking out Duck on the back line. And now
they did the work there, and they got some results. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to just get outside of that blast radius, which we talked about that earlier in one of the several other iterations of the map this series. They have increased the bomb blast radius in total, which makes it a little bit harder to survive if you decide to stick around just a little too long. And again, I'm going to probably end up saying this quite a bit based on how things are going, but Montana is staying in these positions and staying competitive round to round and doing pretty well on that. So as long as they can continue to maintain some level of, I guess, awareness as they go round to round and play conservatively enough to allow DePaul to kind of like come in to some kind of like ambush, ensnarement, whatever, continuing to win some of these one-on-ones see Texas Toast doing here, that could be the formula to get them some serious rounds.
trying to win some rounds with 1 minute left. I mean, Texas Toast, he does have just two players, Breezy and Def, to find and spot out. There is a possibility that they can find each other, maybe isolate those 1v1s, but through the wall together, the power of teamwork works out. DePaul University picking up another round.
That's a shame.
It's
The individual efforts from Texas Toast there were really admirable, and he did manage to find the bomb. Unfortunately, there was just too much time in the round left, and DePaul, with so many players continuing to just press and be aggressive, and the way they cover each other and go for those refrags is just something you see in those really well seasoned teams, and you can tell that experience comes through from a squad that's been around for a long time.
Oh, the peak on Chris. He's able to find 3 players left for University of Montana. They have the rifles. Now it's 2. Catching another player off guard. Fuzzy Squid's left alone, and in the back line it goes down. Their aggressive takes of everywhere. The default turning into just a full-on rush for DePaul. 6 rounds up.
The downside, DePaul is up 6 rounds, and Montana has so far not been able to find a complete round. The positive side of it, they have full loss bonus, which means they're going to have continuing, budgets to some degree at least. And they, as we've been saying, have stayed pretty close in quite a few of these rounds that they've given up so far. And so a little bit tighter on some of those plays are going to give them a little bit more opportunity. But Breezy and Yif playing together as a single unit are going to open up that B site. DePaul is going to take that once again. The 2 remaining players from Montana probably their best bet just to save it, let them go. But as you can see, the DePaul team looking to take away those rifles. They do not want to give them a chance to win any of those rounds. So despite
Oh,
the Molly hampering their progress, you can see that Chris and friends continuing to move across the map, and they are finding they did find a Big Pickle, and now it's just down to Texas Toast, who's holding in that boiler position.
oh, he's
Finding
able to get
one,
one.
not bad. Oh, they didn't plan on B, they planned it on A. I see what they were trying to do. They wanted to find and win on kills instead of the bomb, which, hey, they it's their funeral potentially.
He's, there is a lot of possibility here, but it's DePaul University that wins out in the end. 2 players left alive. Montana made it costly for them.
They did. I mean, again, that sort of focus on rotation and finding all the remaining players on that to get that round win condition did end up costing them more, which is another pro in favor of Montana's chances. It may not spell an automatic victory by any means, but it's at least going to give them a better fighting chance round to round. And that's exactly what they've got to try to pay attention to. Texas Toast here with the M4 is going to need their own rifle, but Fuzzy Squid with the Mag 7 potentially gives them some interesting opportunities. I think they're really just one instance of one of these players going off that's going to give them that first round victory of the map.
Maybe a little overconfidence from DePaul. Ooh, perhaps as they're running in there, it's 3v3. DePaul looking to take this fight. EF gets another one on Texas Toast. 2 players left. Ooh.
That Mag 7 can be like a sniper rifle. So
Yeah,
I'm
if you get it
secretly
right.
hoping for some serious action from that at some point, if not this particular round. But so far, you can see both of these Montana players just kind of frozen there by Breezy, who overstays his welcome a little bit, so it's going to give them access to that rifle. But you can see Chris coming in, does not want them to walk away from all of that, finds Frank, leaving just that Mag 7 to continue potentially doing some damage, but you don't want to peek out too far. You are not going to win that battle against an AK, but against an already damaged opponent, that's looking pretty good for Montana. So Fuzzy Squid able to pick up, potentially able to save over that AK, but Yif, knowing where he is, loses the battle.
Overconfidence.
So, yeah, I mean, you come in there
Overconfidence.
going for that close quarters kill, and that gives a free rifle over to the side of Montana for the next round. They are, down another round win. They certainly would rather have that over the rifle, but you'll take that as a close second.
They took everyone down from DePaul University, a sign of maybe some change in their play style, in their capabilities. That being said, I believe it, dude. Always rooting in the underdog. I think the story, as casters, we love to tell the story and see these teams grow, develop, become stronger. And I'm excited to see how Montana can shape up here, especially going up against DePaul University, who's just their story is just so vast at this point.
Absolutely. Especially with new teams coming into this, I believe this is a new squad all around, not just the EGFC. So there's a lot of opportunities to learn, and you can see that Texas Toast, who's been a pretty solid anchor for the Montana team, finding those opening kills as DePaul decides to try to push through the utility. And that's going to leave just Sack, Breezy, and Chris, 3 pretty dangerous players on DePaul at any given time to see what they can do with it. Sax finds their opening kill onto it, the first from the University of Montana to fall. They suss out the flank, but Frank with that Mag 7 doing absolute work. And that's going to be the first round on the board for the Grizzlies. Texas Toast putting in that work.
I couldn't even contain myself. Just let's go. Montana is starting to cook. They're doing things. They're getting rounds on the board. They're starting to break the barriers, the walls. It's like the beginning of a boss fight. You're chipping away at the armor and you're going to find those cracks. This is crazy to see. I'm excited for them to continue pushing forward, especially now that they have some momentum, hopefully some confidence. They should. They got a round off of the big boss after 8 losses in a row.
It is, and that's exactly what I was talking about before. They were just, one big play away from a round victory, and in that case, it was Texas Toast coming through with what ended up being a triple kill, and just playing patient enough to, be ready for that aggression, knowing that it's coming, and having just enough utility to slow things down appropriately. You can see there that DePaul really wanted to push that utility. They ended up paying for that, and then with some follow up, they slowed it down, broke it up, and ultimately that's what led to a Montana victory. So, they got a lot of rounds left before they can, think about a map victory. But the fact that they're getting
There's
in
a
on the
lot.
board is a good place to be.
There's a lot of possibilities still left. 3 players alive for Montana, 4 for DePaul, but with how much HP they have left, it could be anyone's game. DePaul takes the round 1-9. Man, we're getting
Like
close to the end of the
DePaul,
half.
yeah, for everything that we talked about with Montana, learning about how DePaul's play style comes to be. I think DePaul also makes those adaptations pretty quickly as well. Obviously, they got punished in that first round win for Montana by being just like a little too overconfident in their aggression and through the utility. So you can see they're being a little bit more careful about how they're deploying the traditional smokes and flashes as you see them flashing up mid, smoking off one side or the other, and attacking different ways a little bit more methodically. The Duck, who has invested in that auto sniper, finds pretty good value from that as we see that Mag 7 continuing to do work. Fuzzy Squid seems to have found like that's the weapon of choice and is making the best out of it. He's already up to $8,100, which, if anybody is curious about how much of an impact that is, the next highest amount of money on that team is only 2150. So that really goes to show just how much of a money generator that can be. And those auto snipers continuing to make pretty good work of the DePaul team.
I mean, an auto sniper, emotions is a very interesting way. When I first started playing this game, I got it, and then the entire enemy team got it, and I was like, oh, that's why people tend to dislike this weapon. Obviously, in competitive play, there's no holds bar. See how well you can go up and play against them. And hey, against a team and a powerhouse like DePaul, you're gonna need every possible strategy, every capability. Not only do they win, but they get to keep 3 guns into the next round. This is the second round that they've put up onto the board from the big bad. I wouldn't say even the bad, just like this is the boss, the final boss, right? You always think I was gonna say the big bad wolves, but that's not even accurate. They're the demons. Paul on a whole nother level of amazing at this game.
They are. Montana seems to have figured out a little bit of that combination, but at the other side, EGFC has decided if they're going to use the auto snipers, we're going to use the auto snipers, and pretty soon we're going to
Fair is
find out
fair.
who can do it better. They are using
Fair is
that
fair.
in concert with an op, the more traditional element of it, and EGFC showing how deadly that weapon can be. That's going to take out Frank, one of those players that in quite a few moments has come through as kind of like a solid foundation, someone that's keeping everybody in the round on any particular site, as is Texas Toast, who is by far and away Montana's player of the game already.
Oh, they see the barrel. The tower goes out and they catch
Oh no.
them. Go. Oh man, Big
Auto
Pickle
versus auto
betrayed.
battles.
I mean, the auto battles, they come out, right? Fair is fair. You see auto sniper, I see auto sniper. We're going to use it. This is the SSG. It's honestly, it's such a crazy thing to see both these teams playing out against each other, especially because we're so close to closing out that half. They're fighting the long angle, seeing if they can get onto site and clear it. Fuzzy still has the Mag 7 in hand. They know we can peek out any seconds. It's just a peek, right? Seeing if I can find someone. And the final kill going to Chris. 2-10.
Pick up that Mag 7. So DePaul at +8 rounds over Montana has put them in a position of extreme difficulty, we'll say. And that's the best efforts of Montana have continued to keep them in a lot of these rounds. You can see that DePaul has had a couple moments of laps where, as we have already shown, something going the other direction, one team getting just an extra kill on those opening engagements or whatever, have given Montana their first 2 victories. And Fuzzy Squid continuing to do work with that Mag 7. I mean, sometimes people think of that as kind of like, hopefully a money farmer or like a last resort for an eco. But
If it
he's
ain't
really
broke,
turned
don't
that
fix it.
into he's really turned it into something that's doing work for them, and he's continuing to get enough money to fund his teammates when needed as well. And that's a second kill
And
on the round from him. So
if it
I
ain't broke,
like just keep using it.
is
Yeah.
that third? Is that the third? Or, no, is that? I
That
believe that was
is,
the third.
yeah, Fuzzy Squid just unstoppable with that Mag 7.
Mag 7 ace. Oh, but
Pickle.
regardless
Not,
of
not with your
anything,
teammates.
University of Montana is looking so fresh, rejuvenated almost. Hey, it's just one player down. Chris, you know where his position is. You know that he's going to be coming up that short angle. And there we go. 3 rounds up. A deficit. I mean, it might be a tall mountain to climb, but there's been crazier things before in Montana. Taking some rounds off DePaul.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Me too. It's almost difficult. It's so interesting. It's so intricate. It's difficult to say how this plays out. Because at first everyone's like, oh, DePaul, they're so good. They have a lot of potential here. But Montana's been making them stumble. It's been making them drop some of their guard.
Yeah, and that's exactly, what we thought might create some problems for them. And it's so far, I mean, DePaul is in a comfortable lead, so they're not going to panic over a couple rounds going in favor of Montana. But Montana, Frank, holy cow, what the heck?
Fuzzy Squid just got a...
DePaul just running into the blender there, that double Mag 7. I guess, Frank looks
Oh,
over at Squid and says, like, hey, man, if it's working for you, let's see what happens. And it's working out for
they're
them.
gonna
So
keep their
why
Mag
not?
They're gonna keep the Mag 7s. Who knew? The way to topple the Titans is just to play cheeky, play with a different strategy. And that's the thing that we get from these new teams. That's such a unique strategy. I don't think I would have even thought of it. Like, oh yeah, use the Mag 7, use the funny sniper, or the funny shotgun sniper, and that works out for them. But look, they're trying to counter it, but Frank is just so powerful with it. They're trying to counter it by like running and tap firing, but it's just not working because the Mag 7's so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge credit to both Frank and Fuzzy Squid, who are obviously very comfortable with the two of them, and that's put them in a pretty great position. And it's forcing DePaul to kind of rethink their approach to certain aspects of the game, I would guess. But, now that they've found rifles that they've managed to pick up from some of their teammates who found a little bit of success after trying to get through the slot, the onslaught of those Mag 7s, are able to bring it back to the 2v1. But, it's the Duck now in his turn with it. He will find that first one. We'll see if he can find the second. There's a lot of places to clear on site. Chris playing from pit, going to be the last place that he checks, and that is going to be the nail in the coffin for this
I
half.
love
It's going to
that
be an
stats
11.
board. I just want to, sorry, I will love the stats board. Look, at the beginning of the game, they were struggling. It was difficult for them, but then Montana, they found their groove in that later half. I mean, it's still really difficult to go up against a team like DePaul, but they have such a drive to adapt and change their strategy. I really, really appreciate Montana. 11-4, yeah, Montana up by so much, but regardless, I appreciate Montana's dedication to their consistency with this game. They're not out of it. They're not just giving up. They're going to keep fighting, and neither is DePaul.
2-for-2 trade, make that a 2-for-3 trade. All right, let's see a little bit of damage coming in off of that Montana, a little bit of pep in their step after so much success coming into those final couple of rounds, and the Doolies doing the work that they're meant to do. That's going to leave Frank and Fuzzy Squid, the Mag 7 brothers from the previous half, alone to deal with the post plan. And Breezy, has a sense of, where it is, probably where to expect those folks. But the Doolies, not enough firepower to deal with Fuzzy Squid. Montana is able to take the first round of the second half. And it's a little early to say that they're going to be able to string all this together. But if they continue to play like that, they've certainly got a bright future for at least the rest of this half.
I could not agree more. It is kind of surprising to see them not only win the pistol, but also the confidence that they're displaying from Montana. Obviously, starting off on CT, they had it a bit rougher. Now that they're on T side, they have not only the confidence, but also the advantages here. They're just pushing through that molly. Chris hiding in a cheeky angle. He's able to get one, but are they going to be able to retaliate? They are. A quick shot as the bomb is going to be planted. Montana up by a player and with the better weaponry. Deagles in hand. They're just firing out on all cylinders to see if they can spot someone out. They get one, get two. The Duck has been doing so much work. So much work. In fact, our producers even like in shock themselves. I agree, Montana, you have the capability. You have everything you need to be successful, to topple the Titans, to push forward. It might be a hard mountain, but I want to see them climb it. No, Montana needs to climb it. This is a story that regardless of what happens from here on out, Montana has shown and proven that they are here to play. They are here in this league to succeed, and they are here for the long haul. And I love it, and I'm here for it. This is exciting.
Yeah, their choice of weapon is obviously paying dividends, and I mean, like, there's no reason to change it up, right? I mean, the DePaul team is going to find their footing as they inevitably do at some point, but University of Montana can run up the score the best they possibly can. I mean, they saw the Nova sniper rifle, which is just such a pesky weapon to deal with sometimes. Fuzzy Squid seeing that player running down Banana thinks a little bit harder about repeaking that. Sack has a deagle, good at distance. We'll see how it goes. DePaul down a couple players and quite a bit of health, but they are on an eco, so it's going to give Montana the opportunity to make some of that aggression. But Yif on that scout rifle, just absolutely beaming people and doing such a great job to get utility out of that $1,700. They invested in it, and then Sack comes through and finds that it's going to leave just a big pickle. But Yif with a third kill of the round, third headshot of the round, is going to close it out, and DePaul starts to close the momentum that Montana had been building over the past couple of rounds.
Well, that momentum it's definitely a break in the pattern, but Montana, I hope they keep their confidence, and I believe that they will. With their slightly unorthodox strategies, I like it. I like the cheese. I like the unorthodox nature in which they play. It allows for such a change of pace as we see the fight go off in Banana, and so does the bomb. It drops as they're split apart. Texas Toast.
I don't know if I saw him jump into logs there. They should expect it. Oh, spamming through the smoke might net them another one. I mean, they're in like a pretty decent position in terms of damage goes, but Yif with that scout just continuing to be so deadly. But that Nova, I'm continuously amazed at how effective that gun is. Duck able to close out Yif's chapter with that scout, leaving just Def and the Duck to face off against with one another in those pistols. We've got one Deagle, one Tech 9, and a Nova, and a well-timed peek from Def is going to spell the end of that round. DePaul gets one round closer to the end of this game.
And that's a tough situation to be in for University of Montana. They did a really successful job at the beginning. It was really hype and insane to see the way that their strategies played out and changed. And now they're at a slightly iffier situation.
All right.
Auto sniper. Hey, I mean someone's got to start it.
Oh no.
Almost Pickle. Getting into the line of fire, just a touch, but there we go. He's a cheeky play from there. He's able to get 4 players up for the University of Montana. They're gonna hopefully look to close things out relatively quick in this round for themselves.
Hey, I
Oh,
mean, Montana able to find
wow.
success in, we'll say, non-traditional weapons there, spamming with the auto
Hey.
sniper, spamming with the auto shotgun is
Auto
enough
sniper, I mean,
to give them some runes. You know, like why not? It's a new theme: auto rifle, auto
auto
sniper, auto
sniper, I
shotgun,
mean,
fully outfitted. I'm
they
surprised we
just
haven't seen any CZs on their side yet.
oh my. You know what? I'd love to see it. And if anyone can make it work, I believe Montana can.
Get those auto pistols, full sweep.
Def is looking to get some money right now and get some value out of that Zeus purchase. But other than that, I mean, they're just going to be running away and hiding. Yep, everyone's saving their weaponry. And the bomb goes off.
Oh no.
Oh, wait.
Well,
that
they tried.
that radius has increased by so much more than I expected.
Yeah, my rule of thumb is run as far as you think that you're supposed to, and then just keep running because it just feels like I know the spots depending on where it's planted, where you're supposed to be safe and like what those ripple effects look like, but I never trust it.
Yeah,
There's
I
too
don't
many opportunities to mess that up and lose rifles, and
just go to
I
CT.
think
That's safe for a reason. Or go to T.
yeah.
Go to any spawn for that matter. CT, T side, anything. Ooh, the early picks from Chris to change around into their favor. Again, trying to cut off the momentum of Montana with a couple of players down and some
Oh
shotguns of their
no.
own.
You can see that Def made it all the way into mid, but because of the smoke and everybody moving around, he got all the way to top of Mexico there and just unable to
Wow.
take that.
Chris.
DePaul not interested in, I think, elongating this anymore, have found kind of that renewed sense of what they wanted to accomplish and how to close that out. So 7 rounds on the board for Montana is incredibly respectful against a team like DePaul. And the way they've been playing, I think it's totally possible that we see a couple more. But as the rounds are ticking away, they've only got 2 rounds left in terms of a margin of error before DePaul walk away with this victory. And hats off to Montana for the effort they put into this and the
It's
show that they've given
hard.
us so far.
It is hard to go up against a team that you know has players and has strategies already worked out. The cheeky peek, the dual Berettas are out and about, but the spray down is going to happen. That's bomb down in banana, and so is Big Pickle. It's the whole aisle, pickles, bananas, all the vegetables and fruits. But at the end of the day, DePaul University with a 2-man advantage, win the round and get us to match point in a heartbeat. Man, Montana's doing such an amazing job. I just want to give huge props to them still.
Absolutely. Like you said, a lot of fight in it, a lot of efforts continuing despite the odds, despite the general adversity that they were bound to run into. And huge props to them for putting up the numbers that they have so far. They are, of course, going to try to find something here as they have 2 Novas, a Mat 10, basically everything that they can buy to try to build, a reasonable amount of armament. They do find an open B bomb site as DePaul opts to go with the team through, and they are going to all come from banana, but that molly is going to keep them away from the bomb site for at least the moment. But opting to just go through it, I don't know if the Montana team is quite ready for that level of aggression.
Oh,
Just
one player
kidding.
left.
Pickle finds 2 of them, so suddenly Montana looks like they're going to survive for at least one more round.
Yeah, I mean, the overconfidence from DePaul there comes back to, haunt them a little bit. It didn't work out. It's kind of ironic wording there from the demons getting haunted themselves. Like, it's just when you're feeling it, you're confident, you're winning those rounds, and then you slip up in some minor way, and it's like, oh dang, that's unfortunate. And again, that small unfortunate situation could, in theory, net Montana some round wins here. But a Deagle and a Dream pushed all the way through mid, so far up.
Well, I don't know if they were anticipating another auto sniper to be on the board, but that means a 2v1. I mean, the Duck does have that auto sniper, so there's still like a lot of bullets and a lot of damage that could be done there. We're gonna see how they try to close this out. Chris has a Galil, and it's really gonna be up to him as to whether he can close this out for the DePaul team. I mean, he's not got a lot of health, so the odds aren't exactly in his favor, but He does have visibility of the bomb in mid.
Ooh, no
Give
scope.
another one to
and
Montana.
He's able to win out with it. Montana, again, they're slowly starting to find their footing. DePaul University, again, their overconfidence. I said this earlier. It might come back to bite them because it's a threat of double digits for Montana here.
Yeah, and there's no reason to think that they aren't capable of getting to that point. You can see that DePaul, not a lot of cash after that last effort. I think they were probably expecting to be able to close it out. So now they're down to Deagles and Armor, and they're trading out here. You can see Def finds one onto Toast, but Pickle continues to trade out just 1-for-1 back and forth as DePaul continues to work towards what could be the final round for them. And Montana tries their best to just continue their streak. I mean, they've been able to put up a couple rounds now, and these Novas have been doing quite a bit of work for them along with those auto snipers.
I mean, auto shoddy, auto sniper. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And there we go. They're playing together, but Chris is able to find so much value out of it. 2 players left, and they finally close things out near the end. Montana 9-16. Still putting up an amazing fight with some really crucial rounds won by them. I remember I was so hyped, you know, overjoyed even with Montana's success. They found their footing and they were able to take down the Titans in some really crucial rounds.
Yeah, I loved what we saw from the Montana team there in that second map. They showed that even with the unconventional weapons, there's a lot of life and a lot of fight to give. So I really appreciate that they continued to make that fight for it, continued to build through a lot of different circumstances. And as they have been kind of learning the league coming into this and you know, really starting to find their footing as a team, I feel like we've got some good bones for them to build on. So with that, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with Yif from DePaul University, see how they feel about that and what's coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We have just seen the thrilling conclusion of DePaul playing the newcomers Montana. DePaul walks away with two decisive victories on the day. They maintain that first spot position. They maintain that pretty competitive margin. And we have Yif from the DePaul team here today. Yif, we know that you stepped in as a sub today. Talk about your headspace coming into the game, what you're kind of thinking as you're coming into playing with the squad.
Some squad is gonna actually. I'm coming in as like a player because squad is going to study abroad in Japan. He's
Oh,
stepping
I
down.
meant sorry, just the squad. No,
Oh,
I
okay. Oh,
I
oh, oh,
forgot about that.
oh. I'm sorry.
Good point. Definitely
Oh,
worth
no,
talking,
okay,
but
okay, okay.
absolutely.
But yeah, yeah, I've been playing with these guys for a couple years now. Like I know how they play. It's like we have really good chemistry. So yeah, pretty much. Like not re- we didn't really have a game plan. Our game plan was just to join the server and click heads. That's it.
Beautiful game plan.
Hmm,
Can't complain about that at all.
interesting. So you said you've played with a squad for a couple of years now. So I'm assuming the chemistry was pretty it was there. You guys had that. But considering you're gonna be joining the squad now, are you guys gonna be coming up with strategies and really working things out and getting you guys a well-oiled machine?
Um, actually, yeah. So Breezy's our IGL, so we just listen to Breezy. Sometimes I'll offline with him to come up a couple of nades and stuff, and then that's pretty much it. We just use our O strat, which is like rush A, rush
Really?
B. Yeah.
Interesting. So a lot of adaptations, a lot of team play there. And another question on Inferno. So you guys kind of had some struggles there. You guys had some. You went up against a fairly interesting strategy from Montana. How did you guys feel when you guys were starting to lose rounds? Were you scared? Were you worried or nervous?
Uh, no, not really. We were just having fun. They're good players as well, so we're just like, all right, guys, let's just close out the rounds, the remainder rounds, and then we just try to go to CT side because that's our strongest side.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was great to see that. And I we didn't have a lot of information coming in from Montana on here. Still kind of finding their footing, but obviously, some great opportunities there. But I want to talk about some of the other teams. We saw UConn just absolutely go off today. Marquette and Villanova, continuing teams, all of them are coming after you guys as the top dogs. They all kind of look at you and say, like, we're gonna beat you at some point. So far, Marquette's been the only one to actually take a map off of you so far this season, but with how Villanova and UConn specifically have been improving and continuing that march, is there anyone that you're particularly looking out for, or any ways that you're kind of
Yeah.
thinking about the composition
Oh,
going into some of those matches?
yeah, definitely. Internet is crazy. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
we like NT strat him all the time. Just him.
Just
Just
internet.
him.
Yeah, internet is like he's like simple, man. He's too good.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I think the same of J. Lou over on UConn, who today was just like every single round 3K, 2K is like just nuts. Not unlike watching someone, especially Chris when he gets an op, like
Oh man.
it's absolutely wild to watch you guys work. So it's been an absolute pleasure to see yet another map around that. So, is there anything specifically that you're looking forward to over the next couple of weeks, or anything that really kind of stands out as either a particular challenge or opportunity for the team?
Not really. I'm looking forward to playing Marquette. That's
Yeah,
definitely something.
got to get that
Uh
vengeance for that one map.
oh yeah, I gotta get a clean 2-0, right?
Ooh,
um, other than
strong
that,
words.
other than that, I mean nothing. Just we're just chilling.
There you go. Put one foot in front of the show up every week, win your matches. You got this. So I really appreciate that insight. It was always great to talk to you. Just to close out, as always, anybody that you want to put some recognition to, anybody you want to shout out?
Shout out to Breezy for being a great IGL. That's it.
Absolutely. Breezy, you heard it here. Some appreciation from the players. Yeah, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Congratulations again to the team. Hope you have an opportunity to take some appreciation for that.
Thank
And
you guys.
with that, everyone, we
Mm.
are done for the night. So thank you to all the teams for competing. Thank you to everybody that spent some time with us watching this evening. Don't forget, tomorrow, continuing with the Big East theme, DePaul, one of those schools. Big East League of Legends starts on Big East Esports and official EGF at 1 p.m. tomorrow on Twitch. So if you're interested in that, check it out. Otherwise, we've still got Valorant going on official EGF 3. So if you're interested in the other first person shooter that we run, definitely something you want to spend a little bit of time with. So thank you, everybody. Hope you have a great night and a great weekend, and we'll see you right back here next week at the same time.